Yeah, I don't ever remember feeling like this. But I'm out here in these YouTube streets. So I want you to get your fingers.
I don't know what you're doing.
I want you to
right
get
now,
your mouse.
I want you to check me out.
And I want you to check me out.
Get ready to do this. It's the relationship rehab. Like, share, and subscribe. We coming at you live. So come on, let's take a ride. Then subscribe to United Guns of America. Just click that link and listen up to what I'm telling you. It's the relationship.
Click that link right now. You know what I'm saying? It's your boy Brian Revan, and I just want y'all to subscribe to my channel. You know what I'm saying? I want you to let me know what you think. I'm gonna talk about some things, you can talk about some things, and we can do our thing. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's all about having a conversation, right? I mean, if we can't talk to each other, then, I mean, what are we really here for? I want y'all to be able to just come over to my channel, talk to me about what's going on with you, and I can tell you what's going on with me, and we can build some things. You know what I'm saying? That's all about growth, baby. So click that link, go ahead and swipe on your phone, whatever you gotta do. Share my content. It's just get me out here, baby. Cause we just talking, you know what I'm saying? It's like, I like doing what I'm doing because it's about the people. It's about us having a conversation with each other. It's about us discussing whatever needs to be discussed. And on these YouTube streets, this is the best place to do it, baby. Like, share, and subscribe. That's right. Click the link. Click the link. Yeah. I just want to say thank you to everybody that's out here that's already subscribed. You know what I'm saying? Cause y'all ain't the first one, and y'all ain't the last one. So I just want to give a shout out to everybody that done click the link, that done click the share, and then subscribe to your boy. Cause we gon' blow this thing together, baby. Relationship rehabbing, United Guns of America. To the world blow up, baby. Yeah. Click the link, baby. Click the link, baby. Yeah. Hey, I just wanted to send a shout out to all y'all. I love y'all. That's why I do this. It's for the love of us, baby. I appreciate all of y'all. Ooh, we gon' do this thing. We gon' do this thing right here, baby. Hey, look, if you at a computer right now, just go ahead and click your link. What else you got to lose, baby? Tell me what you think. Hit the comment section. You can jump on the live panel. We do it all here. That's what it's all about. So come holler at your boy. I've been doing this for years, but I just got onto this YouTube thing. So hey, let's see what it do and where it can go.
To United Guns of America. Just click the link and listen up to what I'm telling you, telling you.
You take the clothes off my back and I let you. You steal the food right out my mouth. And I watch you eat and I still don't know why. Why I love it so much. Oh, you've cursed my name in spite, put me to shame. Had my laundry in the streets, dirty or clean. Give it up for fame. But I still don't know why. Why I love it so much. Yeah. And baby, it's amazing I'm in this maze with you. I just can't crack your code. One day you're screaming you love me, love. The next day you're so cold. One day you're here. One day you're there, one day you care, you're so unfair. Sipping from the cup till it runneth over. Holy Grail. Woo-hoo! Yes, sir. What's up, everybody? It's your boy, Brian Revan. I had to hit you with a little bit of that Holy Grail. Shout out to my man, Justin Timberlake, Jay-Z. Hey, look, I'm excited to be here just one more again. I know that I was supposed to do this show yesterday on Saturday. However, a brother kids took over. I mean, I had the show all prep. You know, a lot of this in my ideal world, I would like to just have to just show up. I wish I could just have everything set up, everything ready to go, and all I gotta do is be like, hey, makeup and action, and that's it. But I'm not in that situation, so I got kids. But yesterday, my intention was to get everything together, which is what I did. I actually prepped all the stuff I needed for the show. I created the show, made it up, had my time set. I was going at 9 o'clock. And I had laid my son down, laid him down to sleep, and prayed the Lord for his soul to keep. And as soon as I got dressed, I put on my clothes. Only thing I had to do was I usually would do all of the work. Then I'll start my show, and then I'll get my drinks and stuff and get everything else set up. But I was ready. Man, I came in here to get ready to start. I was about maybe 7 to 8 minutes away from actually starting the show. And my son woke the fuck back up. I said, oh no. And it's like sometimes he will wake up and he'd just be like, wah, and then he'd just gone on back. I was looking at that clock. I was like, man, it's like it was like 8:51. I was like, man, I don't know if this dude gonna do it or not. I was like, he ain't gonna go back. That little nigga was up till about 11:45 last night. So with that being said, that's why there was no show. But hey, it's my son. What I'm gonna do? I can't just leave my son. You know what I'm saying? So I had to. Daddy duty called, and I had to answer the bell. So as always, there it is. But I wanted to make sure that I did that show tonight. So I got his little ass together. I got him up. He was ready to go, and I laid his ass down at 9 o'clock. So he been sleeping, and he been sleep good. So we good. He's like, Daddy, I want water. He was just like, I'm up. Because he had actually, his sleep schedule got thrown off just a little bit. So that's what happens. We were out and about yesterday, and he was asleep while we was out. And that kind of like, it helped me then, but I came and had to pay for it later. But here we are. And essentially what I want to do tonight, I got something I want to show y'all real quick. But as far as the phone calls and all that kind of stuff goes, I'm going to go ahead and start the show. And when people want to call in, hey, I'm going to leave the lines open for about an hour, you know, maybe a little bit more depending on how many people call. But I just wanted to get other people's comments and thoughts about this because, like I said, I know that it was a lot going on from what had happened in the other show. We had a lot of people there, you know, well, a lot of people compared to my numbers. We had a lot of people there, and there's a lot of stuff going on in the chat. And y'all know it's hard for a brother to read the chat. So that's why I wanted to do this. I wanted to give you opportunity for this. But I did want to address one thing in the comment section. And I will say this, you know, to anybody that's watching the show or watching it on the replay. One of the main reasons why I created this platform was not just for me to give my thoughts and ideas, but to open it up for you guys. And I don't know if I've said this enough or if I just haven't, you know, said it in a long time or whatever the case may be. But to anybody that got a issue or a problem or something like that, and you want to come onto the show to address it as opposed to writing super long ass, should I say, novels in the comment section, or if you're just dropping one-liners in the comment section like kill yourself. I mean, I would just like a little more in-depth discussion than just that statement, kill yourself. Like, damn, dude, I don't even know you. But whatever other things that you all may have that you want to say to me or question me about or debate me about, whatever the case may be, I am always open to actually having a conversation on the show. So if it's something where I need to set up a show specifically, I have been really fumbling that word these past couple of shows. Specifically, for a discussion, I will do a show just for that. I don't mind doing it. I honestly, truly don't. So I'm going to say that for the record. I don't want it to be a thing where somebody's like, yeah, I had this thing I wanted to say to you, but you didn't have no show where you allow people to come. Well, I just do things a little bit different. I don't have the anticipation of always having call-in shows. I don't anticipate to always have it to where the panel is open because of two things. Number one, it can really go for a very long show. You know, I have done very well with trimming my shows to where I'm keeping, because they used to be 3 to 4 hours minimum, but now I've actually trimmed them down to where we at that 1.5, 2 hour mark. 2:30 or something like that is really long. Like that show we just did, that 3 hour show, that's very rare as compared to my trends before. So that's why I don't do it. So that's why I don't have my show, because I know what it is that I want to talk about, and I know, you know, where the show's gonna go. I have an idea, but as far as doing extra stuff like that, I don't really want to do that. I would rather have a separate show for it. So if you guys have something like that where you want to talk about, you know, something I've said or the opinion or the stance that I have on something, by all means, email me or put something in the comment section. I usually check the comments every 1 to 2 days, but just put that in the comment section and we can definitely have that discussion. And that's exactly what I want to do. Have a discussion, conversation. Okay, so you can get your notes together, get your facts together, all that kind of stuff you need to get together in order to do that. I suggest that you do it because I don't know. I ain't seen that. I don't have that information. Those answers are not good enough when you're trying to make a counterpoint to what it is that I'm saying and you have no facts to back it up. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and set up the show. And while I'm doing that, you guys can call in, but I'm going to show y'all something too that really, I was impressed by it. So I want to see if I can, let me do this now. Go to create. And that should be good. Yep. That's up and going, and boom, we'll do that. Now I have the show already done. I'm going to put it in the comment section on both channels, and I'm going to put it in the description box. There we go. All right, and cool. That should be good enough. And here we go. Okay. So let me go ahead and put that in there. You got it? Yep. I'll actually pin it. Then that way I don't even have to worry about putting it in the comment section. Pin and pin. Cool. All right. So this little thing that I saw was really, let me make sure I got this right, because it was really impressive to me. But it was one of those things where I'm like, why the hell do we even have to go through this? Or why should we even be worried about doing this? Because it's one of those things to where, because of our lack of leadership, just issues that we have with our current government regime, it's really just like disappointing to have to do the things that we're doing as a country in certain areas. And one of those things has been like our border. So like border control, in my opinion, is a huge problem for our country. It has been for a while, but the fact that there was actually some type of, should I say, plan put in place by Trump to actually correct it, I think that the fact that everybody else has kind of like just said, oh, the hell with that, we should just do what we want to do, that's a problem for me. And one of the things that I saw with that was the fact that there was an actual border wall that was being built. And that border wall was built all the way until like we was beyond the fourth quarter with that. We were like in the last phases of it. And just out of spite and their own personal agenda, they literally just like shut all that shit down and just stopped it. And that for me, it's like, I don't understand why we're in a country to where people just feel as though I'm going to do what I want to do. And regardless of who gets hurt, so be it. and nobody says anything about it. I get it to why people will do it, but the fact that people do it and nobody like gives a shit, that's just like beyond disturbing to me. And the thing that I do like about Texas, and I was telling my brother Easy this the other day. I said, man, between Texas and Florida, one of them have got to be nominated as State of the Year. And it's like the fact that we have to do these types of things to secure our borders, it's really like fucked up, but I'm glad that we have this type of ingenuity here in Texas. And it's like I have not been here but only 3 years now, but it made me damn proud to see something like this. So I'm going to show you guys what it is that I saw, and I was like, this is the kind of shit that I'm talking about. When you talk about states' rights and how important it is to maintain states' rights, this is a classic example of that. So check this out. If I can get some sound. Why don't I have any sound? Oh, wait. Oh, that's odd. Oh, because it's on the wrong thing. There we go.
Long, 8 foot tall. So if these individuals are going to approach one of those barriers, number one, some may attempt to climb over it, but many of them will stop and wait a minute, and then they'll move.
So it's like essentially what they're doing. They're like, and they're taking shipping containers and they're using that to build the wall. So a shipping container, I believe, is like 53 feet long. And, you know, it's not, you know, just it's metal. But I like the idea for two reasons. Number one, you can butt them up together and you can stack them on top of each other. So I believe the shipping container is probably about maybe 10 feet high. So it's like maybe 53 feet long or something like that. Maybe 10 feet high or something like that. So it gives you a pretty substantial wall. But if you were to double stack those, you could pretty much make it to where you can't climb over them. And I think that it's a great deterrent because like one of the things that people talk about with that wall, a wall is not necessarily something that's impenetrable. It's not like you can't get through it or get around it or dig under it, whatever the hell you're going to try to do. But it is a great deterrent. It's like a fence around your yard. Can your fence around your yard, can you bust through it? Probably. Can you get a saw and cut through it? Yes, you can. Can you take a hammer and tear it down? Absolutely. But it is a great deterrent. There you go. Say they make them 20 by 40 and 53. Right. So it's like however you stage that, it's a great deterrent to at least try to finish what was almost done. What had gotten started, but was almost done. Because I want to say it was something like, was it like either 50 miles left or 5 miles left? It was something, something that was like, you should have just let this shit go. But the fact that they didn't, it leaves so much more of that border unprotected, because if you have that wall up and you're able to patrol it and you have people watching the perimeters, you know what I'm saying, of that wall, especially where people are trying to cross, that 10,000 that try to rush over is one thing, but it's still a good deterrent. So you can do a lot of different things with patrols. You can do a lot of different things, but it's going to make people have to do extra to get through it as opposed to just walking the fuck clean across. That's why I like this, because it's something that you can do. Now, could they afford to pay for that actual wall that they was probably putting up? Probably not. But this is a great a great alternative to trying to have something up, because it's like if you walking down the street, just think about you walking down the street and you want to cut across somebody's yard. It's a hell of a lot easier to cross that yard when there's nothing there, as opposed to it being something. Even if it's one of those little short 3-foot chain things that they have going around, you still got to step over that as opposed to just walking clean through. Is it much of a deterrent? No. But that's why the shipping containers, to me, is a good idea to put in place for at least a temporary. Maybe it can hold off for at least 3 years until we can actually get funding for it to get it finished. But I was just really impressed by that, at just the ingenuity and just the, hey, we not going to give up even though our federal government is failing us, and bullshitting us. I like it.
Alongside that, the barrier, and try to find an opening. So
right.
it's a way to, yeah.
I just don't know. How much do you think the federal government could stop this from happening? After all, they do have to greenlight the wall.
It's the federal government's, this is the problem, Brian. It's the federal government's job. It's Congress's job to secure our nation's borders. And we haven't done it for years, for decades. Congress has not secured the southern border. So now it's incumbent upon governors along the southern states that have borders to augment the Border Patrol with their own resources, Department of Public Safety, the National Guard, and it's costing Texans billions of dollars.
And he doesn't, what drives me nuts is he doesn't seem to care. There's nobody in the administration who seems to care. We do, and you, of course you do. And now this, Republicans in the House today will today introduce a bill to block a reported plan by the Biden administration that the president denies, by the way, which is a little bizarre, that they're going to pay illegal immigrants who were separated from their families at the border up to $450,000. You're putting together legislation just in case the president wasn't read into his own policy.
The American people are not going to buy this. They're not buying anything with this administration. Look at what took place in Virginia the other day and across our entire country with elections. But this is the issue. Mayorkas is a fool, and I think he's lied to the American people. Joe Biden is asleep at the wheel, not only here, but when he travels overseas. And Kamala is missing in action. She says she's been down to the border. She stopped in there for a little bit and then took off and went to California. So go ahead. Try to give the.
And it's like, here's my thing. How long is it going to be before somebody starts asking questions that's not a Republican or not a conservative? It's like, when you think about all of the things that this presidency, this administration has promised us as far as what they are going to do, how they're going to fix things, all of the things that they're going to address. How is it that this has been, they've been in what, 10 months now, going to 11 months now? They've been in all this time and there's been little to no action for those things they talked about. Now, have they been going full steam ahead with their agenda? Absolutely. But I don't see any of the promises that were made, all of the things that they were going to do. And of course, in good old Joe Biden's defense, come on, man, is what he's thinking, is what he would say and respond with. Come on, man, give me a break. But when you have control of the Senate, control of the House, and you can pretty much get all of this shit put through, you've put through literally trillions of dollars. You put through. Why is it such a problem now to get those things that you promised, like the funding for schools, the what was it supposed to be? Free education for everybody until they said they can't. All of those different things that they were supposed to be doing for us, coming up with their own platinum plan for blacks, all of this wonderful stuff that was supposed to happen. Why is it everything else is getting steamrolled through as opposed to what was promised, especially to us black folk? It's quite peculiar to me. I understand why, because from my purview, they are full of shit and they just flat out lying, like both sides do, but them more so than the other. But where is the outrage and the concern from others that have actually voted for this administration? Where are those people at asking those questions? It's odd to me.
These illegal immigrants, $400,000, whatever number they have, the American people aren't going to buy it. Why don't we address some of the homelessness we have across our country, even here in this city of Washington, D.C.? They're Americans. They're homeless. They're sleeping out there on bridges. What are we doing for them? Nothing. Zero.
But when it comes to this, I'm wondering how many Democrats you can get involved in this. Henry Cuellar, for one, I can't see being against this.
Well, number one, the idea that we're going to give thousands of dollars, American taxpayers' dollars, to illegal immigrants that are coming across our southern border by the thousands is irresponsible. Right. And the American people aren't going to buy it, Brian. They're going to be against this.
I see the sheriff coming out in you. Congressman, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
That was awesome. So, like I said, that was just something that really just stuck out to me to say, wow, I'm glad to see that we're like at least doing something around this, because this whole border thing just being open, it's insane. It really is. And I'm just glad to see that Texas, like, man, because they realize how much of the border, is at risk for us when it comes to the people that are here in Texas. It's a lot of people that's coming over here that, that's not being documented, not being, vaccinated, whatever you want to call, all of the things that is not happening that are just coming over here. And we're the ones that's going to get first, the fallout or the ramifications of that first. And I just appreciate them doing that. So shout out to Texas one more again. All right. So I'm going to let me see if I can set this up the right way because I don't want to screw it up like I did. Yeah, this should be it. All right. I'm going to bring my homeboy, my brother from another mother. I'm going to bring my main man, Jason, off up in here in just 1 second. Hold tight, brother. And let me make sure I got the screen thing right. So anybody else, the link is actually pinned to the chat. I know one or two of the moderators, if they in here, they can repost it throughout the chat. And you guys are more than welcome to join in. Like I said, we can just chat a little bit to see what your opinions and what your thoughts are about Kyle Rittenhouse, and if you guys got any questions. There you go. Brother
What's
Jason,
up, big dog?
you are on the mic. Go ahead, brother. How you doing, man?
I'm doing fine. I just want to say love you.
Love you too,
I seen the pictures. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna have to donate a little bit more because I see the pictures.
Oh, it's all good, brother. It's all good.
But I just wanted to chime in on the border thing because I actually went to the border in Texas. Not recently, but a couple years ago, I've been to the border and I went out with a couple of border patrol agents. And the scary part about this is people don't understand the border because they've never been there. A lot of these people that are comment never left the state.
Right.
You have to go see the border in order to get a better idea of what's going on. I'm not going to get into all of the BS politics.
Yeah.
I don't care where the money comes from. I don't care who in office. We're going to have this problem. But anyway, there are parts of that border I can walk over and go into Mexico and come back. Nobody's saying nothing to me. Nobody's going to touch me. And this is right there.
And for this, and for people that are in Mexico, I totally fucking get it. If I was in Mexico, I would be doing the same exact thing. But what you just said is what really is shocking to me as to those people that are here, because I've never been to the border either. But myself, I've never been, but I get the idea of what it is. I understand with it being open like that, what the problem is. And I don't understand why so many Americans, like I said, I understand why the aliens and the people that are from Mexico, why they cool with it, because they want their people over here because of the benefits of being over here. But I don't understand how the people that are born and raised here, how we don't see that.
Well, we don't see that because we're Americans. We're born in America. Most of the time when Americans, with the exception of men, just have to throw it out there.
Yeah.
So am I. I'm a pen in my.
Go ahead.
I know you don't mind.
No, hell no.
With the exception of men, these other people get things because they ask for it, and they think they're obligated to get these things. So when other countries see all of these people talking all of this crap and shit, this is what pisses me off, bro. Y'all go to another country and do this shit.
Yes.
And let me know how it work out for you.
Yes.
This is the only country on the face of this earth in this galaxy you can talk shit to the government and ain't nobody gonna come reach out and touch you.
Yep.
Go to another country and talk about the president. Yep. Fly another fucking flag on your house and see what happens.
Yep.
Shut up, pay your taxes. If you don't like it, get the fuck out of the country. Stop complaining. Go be an American. Go do American things. Go support your family first. Yeah. If you don't support your family first, you ain't gonna be shit. Tommy Sotomayor, in my own words. Yeah. But the border is a different. It's a bigger animal. I understood what you said about the shipping containers.
Mm-hmm.
I know you read it. I know a couple other people read it, but those shipping containers are just going to be hiding shelters for people coming across the border. They're going to keep them warm. They're going to keep lights in them. There's no border officer because they're all. If you don't know, the border patrol officers are by themselves.
Yes, I do.
They
Know,
don't
I
have
do know
partners.
that. I do know that. And that,
Yeah,
and
they don't
that
have
was my
partners.
thing. And that was one of my things with it. It's saying, it's easier when you're trying to patrol. And I get this just from a perimeter type of mentality, a tactical mindset. It's easier it's more difficult when you're looking out into an open field, trying to
Right.
see people at all times of the day. It's easier for you to be hidden as opposed to if you have some type of perimeter. Don't have to be the best perimeter in the world, but you have something there that is a slight deterrent. So it's like you can either know you have a point to where you can look as opposed to just looking out into the fucking the fuck, what do you call it? Just looking out into flat land. It's easier when you got an area that you're watching. Say, okay, I need to just watch this wall. Fuck who coming up to it. I need to watch the fucking wall. If somebody's trying to, like you said, dig up under it, somebody's trying to cut through it, whatever the case may be, yes, they can get through. However, you have opportunities that are created for you to try to catch those people before they get through it. And if they do, you have at least a funnel or a place to where people are going to try to come through.
So let me ask you this question. Say that you were a Mexican, a white Caucasian Mexican, because that's what Mexicans are. They're white. They're white people. Anyway, wanted to make that point. And you're living, because they all think these are brown people. No, Latino people are white people. So just stop saying that. So when you're living in poverty all your life and you got these gangbangers and these warlords, these drug warlords running your house or running your family, you will take a spoon and dig a tunnel for your family if you have to.
Right.
So they don't care about what the consequences are for them escaping. So you have to understand, and I know you do understand, Brian, because, I know you're intelligent. I know you are. But a lot of people don't understand. You have to go to Mexico, just go over the border to El Paso, into that little town. Right. Just go over there and just drive around for about a good 10 minutes. These people are living on the street. These people are taking water out of that little river I don't know what the name of it, that river that runs along the border.
Yep.
These people are taking water that's got shit in it and drinking it.
Yes.
They're living over by that water with their families, children's babies.
Yep.
And the best thing to happen to them is, hey, if I get caught, they'll keep me in the United States. So people literally just walk over the border. Yeah. They don't care because once they hit the United States soil, they stay here. Now, as far as the government is concerned, if you come over the border, you should be taken back automatically. Period. No questions asked, no paperwork. Get your ass back. That's how they should do it. We're not going to put up a kill zone.
Yeah.
Like they did in Berlin for how long? Until what year? 1990 what?
Yeah.
Huh? And the guns were pointed at who?
Yeah.
The Russian people.
And that in itself, people don't realize in other parts of the world, you can't just walk over and say, I'm here. I need help. Take me in. I don't have nothing. I'm living under a tyrannical government. I need y'all to give me asylum. You just don't go to other countries and just do that. You can't just show up. And it goes to show just how naive we are as Americans. Yep. We don't understand that, yeah, we let people in our country, but there's a process as to how you do that. It's not like we don't want nobody to ever come over here. No.
Correct.
But we know how to say, hey, look, if you want to get in, there's a process. You have to apply just like anybody else. Can you come visit? Yeah, to some degree you can. But it's it puts us as at a disadvantage. Americans and more so black folks is at a huge disadvantage for it being to where we just want everybody to come over and for us to make a way and make it work. We have such a we're just misinformed when it just comes to like these people that are coming over here. And not to mention the criminal aspect.
Oh, not to mention the terrorists.
There's so many criminals that are coming over here. There's so many criminals that are coming over here, and y'all just thinking these are good old people. Y'all don't know these people. I don't know what background you from, what you've done, what you're coming here to do. I don't understand why we would even want to do that. Why would you want to let somebody into your house that got less than you just because they show up and say, we want to come here because it's no good for us where we are from?
Well, see, not only do we have criminals, but again, we have terrorists coming through Mexico and the Canada border. And these people are not being vetted. These people are being let into the country because, see, as an American, you cannot disown your citizenship. Now, people talk about it all the time, and they talk about your Social Security number. I don't want to get into all that.
Right.
But you cannot be a citizenless citizen and go to another country and become a citizen. Read the law, understand what other countries' laws say. You cannot be a citizenless citizen and go to Europe and become a citizen. You can't do it. You're stuck in America. You're born in America and you're stuck here. If you have a retirement and you want to go to another country and you want to disown America, well, you just disowned your retirement too, and your Social Security and everything else you have, if that's what you want to do. If that's what you think you want to do and you think it's going to work, it's not going to work out for you. So people have to understand. And again, Brian, most of these people that have these comments about we need to protect people coming over the border and this, they never left home. They don't understand. Go to the border. Jesus Christ. Go to the border. Go look for yourself. Go have somebody take you out into the desert in Texas, right there in El Paso. And have them take you out about 5 miles from El Paso City, the house, the city, the mayor's house. 5 miles out from there, somebody can take you and show you watching people walk over the border with no restrictions. None.
You're right. Well,
when they run out, see what happens is when they run out of money and they have nothing else to do, that's when they get caught. Because then our government takes care of them. Hey, I'm tired of paying tax money, and I pay a lot of taxes, and I have to pay taxes every year. I'm tired of paying taxes for people that don't do nothing for this country, for their families, and for themselves. I'm tired of paying for people like that. You're lazy, and I just hope that we have this apocalypse and all of you die, because I'm tired of paying for y'all. Had I not paid into this government assistance program for people that are lazy and don't want to do nothing, I could have been a millionaire at 25 or 26.
Well, Jason, I don't really want an apocalypse. I kind of like, I kind of want more of a purge.
Yeah.
I want to set up.
Yeah. I agree with that, brother.
I want to set up I want to set up like a 4 or 5 day purge, not 24 hours.
No, we want a week.
5-day purge. You get time.
How did them folks say it in the lower income? We want a whole week.
Right.
A whole week.
I want to be able to get all my ammo together.
Yeah, man. I want to be able to look.
I want to put steel inventory on my vehicle. I want to have time to prepare for this, and then I want to go out and get it in for about 4 or 5 days.
Look, bro, I'm telling you, I would have so much. I would have so much fun sitting on the top of my house. I had just people. Look, hey Brian, you seen my little arsenal I got,
bro. That's what I was about to say. See, you got too much of an armory. You can't sit at your house. You got to come with us, and we got to go into
we'll
the
join up,
hood.
brother.
Yeah, we gotta
Oh,
mount
we'll
up,
join.
brother. We can't. Yeah, you got too much to sit at the roof of your house. You got to. You got to
Bro,
get on
we'll
the
join.
offensive
Hey,
with us.
we'll join forces, brother. We'll have
Yes,
a whole
right. We gonna hit a
month.
rendezvous point, and then we gonna get together, and then we gonna pick a targeted area, and we gonna go ahead and get on the offensive. That's what we gonna do.
Yeah, and see, that's what the government needs to do. Is they need to for the next. I see that this is why I'm not in political office, because I'll tell you what. In 6 months, if you're not working, you don't have a job, you starve. Have a good life.
Yep.
You and all your kids, everybody starves. We don't care. Because, again, you're living off of the people that get out here and make themselves a part of this awesome, great country. Yeah. We have the best country in this galaxy.
Yep.
Go somewhere else and tell me how you get it there and how you get it here.
Yep.
This is the best place in the world. I've been around the world. I've seen it.
Yep.
I'm 54. I'm half dead.
Exactly.
Today I'm enjoying my life.
And
because I work for it. Everybody else.
What people fail to realize, because when people hear you say that, and I've heard people say that, people say this country ain't, even when they did the whole MAGA thing, this country ain't been great. Here's the thing. It's the youngest. And yet and still, with all of the issues that America has, it is still among the best. It's number one. It ain't perfect, but it's
number one.
Number one. You can't go in other places and live and do and just have the things that we have here. That's if it was, there would be so many people leaving here to go to that place. But when you look at the numbers, people are leaving their countries to come here. And ain't no other place in the world where it's more people leaving to come here than going other places.
That's right. My computer guy is from Ghana, and he has friends. You know, I go over there and we have these conversations, and they talk, oh, my country this, my country that, and then the question I ask is, well, why did you leave?
Exactly.
If your country is all of this and all that, owned by China, Russia, England, France, Italy, you own no natural resources of Africa, none, zero. You remember you kicked around that little shiny rock and you thought it was a toy? Well, that was a fucking 6 carat diamond, you dumbass.
And the thing is too, once they found out what they had, and once they realized that what they had was being extorted and they were being robbed, if you will, they're so busy fighting amongst each other that they haven't even understood, well, man, why don't we get together and at least get on this one accord to take back the shit that's ours? They can't. They can't
take it back.
They can't
because they sold it because they sold it for bubblegum and beer.
Yeah.
That's why.
Yep. So it's
because we're blacks are the architects of the world. We ran the world. We built the world. So when did this white caveman come in and take it? Nobody can answer that question for me. When did this slick ass caveman eating raw meat come in and take over society that the blacks built? When did this happen? Man. What year? What decade? Before or after Jesus Christ came to earth?
Right. You're right. Well, let me get your opinion.
Can't answer that.
Let me get your opinion on Kyle Rittenhouse before I go.
Go ahead.
I want your opinion. So, what are your thoughts? What do you think about it?
Well, I really don't know the whole story. Mm-hmm. I understand that he was walking around with his weapon. This the guy with the AR-15 that was walking around.
Yes.
During the riots, and somebody tried to attack him, and he killed the person or something like that.
Yes.
Yeah, he had the right to shoot him in the head. He had the right to unload all 30 rounds into the person's head. You see a person with a weapon, you don't attack them. You don't mess with them. It doesn't matter what their intent is, because what happens is this person is walking with their weapon because the state and the government gave them that right to do that.
Right.
So you don't antagonize
that. What you just said, saying, "Hey, you don't attack a person who actually has a gun." I don't understand why, and I would never do it unless I'm backed into a corner and I'm like, shit, I'm gonna die anyway. then yes. But I'm not going to pursue someone who has a gun. I'm not doing it. And I don't
If a gun is,
understand why that was like one of the things that people didn't understand about it. Like, dude, you don't do that. I'm sorry, but you just don't.
well, Brian, you know I carry all the time. If I see somebody walking down the street with a weapon, I'm not going to go up to them and ask them what they're doing. I really don't give a shit. As long as you're not bothering me, we're cool. Now, if I'm at work and somebody's walking down the street with a weapon, I'm in DC. Yes, I can shoot them if they have a weapon in their hand.
Right.
I can shoot them because in DC, you're not supposed to have a weapon, but you can bring weapons into DC now. You can get a concealment weapons permit, but
Right.
that's what it means: concealed weapon, not open carry. So if somebody's already got a weapon and my weapon's not pulled, I can't sit there and antagonize this person.
Right.
It's just stupid for people to do that, and they think because the law says this, it's going to protect me. Well, the law is not going to protect you.
Right. Damn it. I'm sorry. Damn, I fucked up. I'm sorry. Call back in, Jason. I'm trying to adjust the sound. Damn it. Yeah, I saw that people were saying that it was too loud. That he was louder than me and it sounded weird. So that's what I was trying to actually fix. Click the link again, Jason. Oh man. I didn't realize how loud it was. That's why I put in my earpiece and I like, well, let me see if I can hear it. So I was like, let me try. And then I heard how loud it was. And I was like, oh shit. Yeah, I got you. Yo. I don't know if he's still watching or not. Jay, I know he should know that he got booted by now, but yeah, I clicked the X by accident. Yeah. Come on, bro. Come on back now. Come on back, partner. Let me see. All right. Well, until he comes back, I'll let him finish, but I will go ahead and bring up the next person who was in here, and Juan. Juan, you are live, sir.
Good afternoon. How are you doing? Or good evening, rather. How are you doing, sir?
I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm doing good. The first point I wanted to compliment what the previous guest was saying regarding the border. I live 6 hours from you. I live in Brownsville, Texas. So I live literally right there on.
Give me 1 second. Let me adjust this sound. Give me 1 second.
Yes,
I want to adjust the sound to make sure I got this right.
All right. Sounds good.
Let's see. All right. Now that should be better. Okay.
Okay. I didn't get booted like he did I?
No. You good. I clicked the X on him when I had adjusted his sound and was actually trying to get out of it and I accidentally clicked it. You good. Go ahead.
He has some valid points. I wanted to compliment what he was saying because I live in Brownsville. I live about 6 hours from you in Houston. And the problem that we're seeing throughout this region, the whole Rio Grande Valley region, is similar to what he was seeing in El Paso with the cartels, so to speak. The other problem, though, is that not that many Mexicans are crossing over. It's a lot of the people that are what are known as OTMs, is what the Border Patrol will call it, other than Mexicans. So you'll have people from Central America. And the other problem is you literally have people that you don't know, and when they finally get their fingerprints back, they find out that they're on watch lists. About 17 years ago, they caught a member of Hezbollah in Brownsville. About 2 months ago, as the previous person was talking about, we caught 2 people from Al Qaeda where he was at last year in El Paso, the El Paso Ciudad Juarez area. And the other problem is, and we're seeing it in South Texas again more than anywhere else, is the health issues. So the people that are crossing under Biden's watch are not being properly screened for COVID. And as a result, from Brownsville to McAllen to Mission, to El Paso, and I think as far west as Nogales, Arizona, you have these spikes in COVID because you have people that are crossing that potentially are carrying the virus, but we don't know because they're not being tested. And for the few that are being tested, they're being released. There is an incident in the city of La Jolla, about 40 minutes from me, where there was a whole family from Honduras that got tested for COVID. They were tested positive. They were released. They walked into Whataburger, which is a restaurant down here, and infected half of the staff. So that's a huge issue when it comes to that. And all that I can say in that sense is thank God in Texas we have constitutional carry.
Yeah.
Because I'm not sure what would happen if we didn't have something like that now. Again, complimenting what he was saying. Regarding real quick, the Rittenhouse trial, I think it was a political prosecution. My boss and I were talking about this last week.
Yep.
And the reason why is because they were not going to press charges against Kyle Rittenhouse until you had the Black Lives Matter movement, until you had there was an anti-fascist group out of Seattle called Riot Kitchen 206 that where the heck they got money to promote these causes, I have no idea, but they came up with a little over $2 million combined to basically force the DA's hand, Mr. Binger, to prosecute the case. And as we know in the legal community, when you have a political prosecution and the evidence isn't in your favor, the case is going to fall apart. And we're seeing that in live time, especially the DNA expert that was not smart enough to do a DNA swab on the barrel of the gun, yet testified that the first gentleman didn't grab the gun when we all had clear pictures and videos of him grabbing the gun when he got shot.
Exactly. And I guess my thing is, because I agree with you that there's definitely a political aspect to this. And it's like, but the problem with me is when you have clear cut evidence, why would you then waste taxpayer money, taxpayer resources to go through with, like you said, a political trial when you can clearly see that this kid was defending himself on several occasions, several attempts of him trying to escape, he was still being pursued. And it's like there's so many other things that, you know, certain district attorneys, prosecuting attorneys will not even press charges on. But the fact that this has a political undertone to it, why would that be something that that you would go forth with and say, well, what do you want us to do? Like, you can clearly see the evidence. And even with when I saw the cross-examination of that witness that they brought up, of the guy who pretty much was like, yeah, the guy was like lunging at him, he was trying to get him. It's like, you see that this is all, it's just a circus. It's a bunch of fucking tricks that are just being played. And at the end of the day, it's either bad entertainment and a waste of resources, or it's just straight political hanging, which should not take place in the court system.
And it's not supposed to. In the legal community, we have to follow what are known as the, in professional responsibility, they call it the ABA, Model Rules of Professional Conduct. And each state has incorporated these rules into their own rules. So for example, here in Texas, we have the Texas Rules of Disciplinary and Professional Conduct. The Wisconsin Department of Justice has similar set of rules. In California, you have the Business and Profession Codes of Conduct. And all of those codes in those three states stipulate that the prosecutors have a duty to seek justice. And in the comments portion of that law, of each law, it's literally a carbon copy of the ABA standard, which means the prosecutors have a duty to seek the truth. And so when you have a duty to seek the truth, you can't let politics or anything else get into it. If the facts don't substantiate the crime that you're trying to prosecute, then you have to let the case go. Right. Or you run into, if you don't do that, you run into one of two problems. You run into wrongfully convicting somebody, and we've already seen over the past decade what happens when DNA exonerates people from wrongful convictions. Or number two, you see what we're seeing here in the Rittenhouse trial, the case completely falling apart. I don't think that the defense even needs to put anybody on the stand. All they have to do is rest, because the prosecution's doing a good job bringing the defense.
Yeah, they really are. They really are making a defense. And I like the fact that I mean, his legal team is pretty good, because even though they could just leave it up to them to destroy it, but they're actually driving it home, because I like the fact that they're not leaving it to be any doubt. I don't want you to have a shadow of a doubt of you're not guilty. I don't want to be, we were kind of split decision. Nope. What we've seen and what was presented to us, not guilty. Here it is. Have a nice day. You know, it's
Exactly.
like that's my biggest thing. Oh, hold on one second. Let me say to one M-Band or IQ and whoever else, you're not blocked or timed out. If you got something to say, please feel free to join. Click the link and join the conversation, and you can voice your opinion and say whatever you need to say from that point. No problem. But go ahead. What's your final thought about this?
Oh, my final comment was I was just going to quote Sun Tzu to complement what you were just saying. Never interrupt your enemy while they're destroying themselves.
Absolutely. That was well said. I like that. Never interrupt your enemy while they are destroying themselves. Very, very true. So I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much for stopping by. I'm gonna go ahead and let Jason finish his conversation before I accidentally clicked him out. Go ahead, bro. So, you were talking about the to never grab somebody's gun. Why accidentally kick.
Man, I know you love me too much to kick me off.
Exactly. You know that's so right. I would never do that.
You know that was an accident. I know it was an accident.
Indeed.
Come on, man.
Indeed.
Look,
indeed.
You know I'll rat you out, right?
You'll rat me out?
Yeah.
About what?
Who on Facebook? You don't have to say it. I'll rat you out. I send a message. I will tell on you. Now, let's go there. You know, look, I'm a rat by profession. Let's keep that right. I will tell on your ass. Me, man.
Please don't tell on me. Please don't tell on me.
I ain't going to jail for you. but Brian, all I'm saying, bro, is a lot of these people, man, they ain't even left their street corner. They go from home to work every day.
Yeah.
They haven't been down to the border. They don't understand border crisis. They don't understand none of this stuff. They don't understand how terrorists are getting in this country. I talked to a guy from Egypt just the other day. I bought a drone from him, and I don't know why I did that. But anyway, and I'm having a good conversation with him. I'm like, I asked him, if the United States is so bad and we should not went to war with Iraq, why are you here?
Yep. You're right.
And I can hear ants crawling across the ground in front of me. Yep. Why are you here? If this country is so bad, if we're so evil, we kill people that you say. Yep. Our government is so corrupt.
Yep.
The politicians don't do what we ask them to do to get in office. Why are you here?
Yeah. And you know who really grinds my gears with that? With their message like that, you know, where, you know, they can't stand America, they can't stand this, and why we so this. Not necessarily, you know, Ilhan Omar. She is probably just the hugest, I mean, just contradiction. Like someone who came over from another country where women aren't even allowed to say the things that she said or even be in the position that she's in. Yeah. She came over here even under real suspicious circumstances that we ain't got no evidence to prove, but just real suspicious circumstances. And she just still preaching how much she can't stand America, but yet and still she fled to come here. If it's so terrible here, why not stay in your own country and build it up the way that you want and go ahead and fight? Because you obviously got to have left a better situation to come over here. But if you see it's so terrible, then just go back and leave it alone. Let America do what it's doing to itself. Let us be how bad we are. And you just go back to where you're from. You have nothing invested in our country with you not being from here. So just go back. But she never would. You would have to kill her first before she would go back over there. Literally. Well, but yet and still, every chance she gets, she's tearing us down and just talking just the worst things about us at every chance she gets in every turn.
Well, her being dead will probably be better than her in her own country.
Yeah, I know exactly. That's what I'm saying. She would rather
Yeah.
die than to go back over there and even attempt at having a life over there. She would. You'd have
But
to
you know,
kill her.
I blame the men of this country that made the laws. They were not black; they were Caucasian. We all know this. I blame them for that. I blame them because they allowed this woman. They allow women, period, to speak from their trap hole. They should say nothing. I'm a male chauvinist, whatever you want to call it, however you want to say it. I don't believe women should speak. According to your God, you shouldn't even be leading men. So if you believe in the Bible and God bless you and all this and that shit that you say to me, you don't even believe in that.
Right.
Because in the Bible, it tells you God, man, woman, child.
Yep.
And it says a woman should just keep her trap shut and have kids. That's what the Bible says in my words. But our American white men made that law possible for these women not only to come from other countries, but within our own countries to start yapping and talking with their emotions instead of talking with logic and fact.
Yeah.
So we can't go back and unring that bell. That's not going to happen. It's just going to have to come down to where, you know, if you're giving women power to do these things, you know, that's on you. You know, I respect you in a lot of ways because I know that you're married and I understand your dynamic to a certain extent of what you allowed me to see. Yeah. And I really, really love how your dynamic is. And I understand how your dynamic is because your wife does not allow you to be the leader. She knows that you are the leader.
Absolutely.
And she sits back and she follows you with input because women are supposed to give us input.
Yes.
They're not helpmates. They're helpmeets.
Yep.
And a lot of people that go around claiming they know God and all of this and that, praise God, and you have a blessed day. Well, fuck you. You have a good day.
Right.
Because if you're always talking about stuff like that, which in our community, these are the holiest in thou women that we have. But then they'll cuss you out in a heartbeat.
Yep.
They'll use the devil.
And the biggest thing about that is just that we have, I mean, just right off the bat, we have a lot of layers, just like most cultures do. But the biggest thing about us is that we have no accountability and no responsibility when it comes to our behavior and the way that we carry ourselves. And that's like the first thing that you have to get in check when you're talking about being able to grow as people, as a community, as a neighborhood, whatever the case may be. Until you can get those two things in place, you will never be able to grow to where you're trying to grow to be able to elevate, lift your game up, whatever the case may be. And I think that's like a huge problem that we have. So
there's no country on this earth that allows the things that happen to happen if they don't have control over their people. Right. Governments are put in place to instill and control and implement law and penalty and punishment. Yeah. And people don't understand that this is a great country. This is the best country on this planet. And you cannot go anywhere in any other country and have the government take care of you as much as this government has and all of its history and glory. You got to remember, it was farmers, cattlemen, horsemen that protected this country and gave this country its name. Yes, that's what it was. However they got it, you can call stolen land, whatever you want to say to make you feel better, whatever. Yeah, it was stolen. So what? What are you going to do? Nothing. But we have freedoms in this country that were bestowed upon us from our forefathers. Yep. And these freedoms cannot be taken or manipulated in any kind of way to benefit anybody. Everybody has these freedoms. Everybody. I came from the ghetto. I lived in a bad place. I got up, joined the military. They showed me a new way of life. I grew into a man. I was able to manage a career.
Yeah.
Along this whole 30s, because on Halloween was the day I left for the military, which was 36 years ago.
Yep.
So in 36 years, the only person that has ever fucked with me or harassed me or tried to write me up, try to terminate me was a black person.
Yeah.
Nobody white has ever bothered me. They even look at me like, why are you doing this to you? But in America, you have to take what you got and make it work for you. Stop crying, stop whining, stop complaining. You can be successful. People come here because they know they can be successful with some hard work. Americans don't want to work hard anymore. And it's sad.
Well,
but Brian, I love you.
I definitely agree with you.
Talk to you, bro.
Yes, sir. I appreciate that, man. And I guess the thing is, and I'll bring up the next person too in just a second here. For what is this person's name? Hold on one second. What is it? It's real IH or it's real H. You're more than welcome to click the link and come in and voice your opinion. Say what it is you need to say. But I guess the thing about what Jason was saying is just that there's you got to be able to be in a position to where you can complain and you can cry, but you have to be moving forward. You have to move past it. That's a process. Are there things wrong with this country? Yes. Are there things that you don't like about this country? Absolutely. Some things that I like that you may not like and vice versa. However, you have to still move forward with actually growing and building for yourself as opposed to wallowing in that thing that you have issue with. That's just like in relationships. You can't just sit and just stay in one place in a relationship because that relationship becomes unproductive and then it eventually becomes toxic to where it's actually self-consuming. It will consume you with you just continuously beating that dead horse and staying in that same place. If you don't have the tools to move on, move out. If you don't have the ability to move on, move out. If you don't have the work ethic to build and move past where you're at, then just get out of that situation as opposed to staying in it and just complaining about the same thing day after day after day, because it begins to not only become a problem. What initially started out to be a problem for you will now become your Achilles heel and will keep you from ever growing. And you will spend a lifetime complaining about something that you did not have to keep complaining about.
Hey, how you doing today?
All right, sir. I'm good. Go ahead and speak your piece. What is it that you want to talk about?
I appreciate you letting me come up on your panel. Salute to you. Salute to everybody in the chat. Man, people got to get off their ass, you know what I'm saying, and stop complaining. You know what I'm saying? I did 12 years in prison. I got out, you know what I'm saying? I went to college. I own my own business now, man. You know what I'm saying? So people got to get off their ass. You know what I'm saying? Stop thinking something's going to fall from the tree or somebody's going to hand you something, man. You got to, if you want something out of life, get off your ass and get out here and get it, man. Stop blaming the white man. Stop blaming the black man. You know what I'm saying? Blame your goddamn self if you don't got it, man. You got to make it happen because ain't nobody going to make it happen for you. You know what I'm saying? That's all I want to say on that. And then Kyle Rittenhouse, I wanted to talk about that.
Yep.
This guy is guilty. You know what I'm saying? I think they're going to find him guilty, man. You know what I'm saying? Because I've been covering this case. You know what I'm saying? And he's guilty, man. You know what I'm saying?
So what?
Now,
so when you say he's guilty, what is it exactly? Are you saying that he's guilty of?
He's guilty of calling his friends. You know what I'm saying? They talked about what they wanted to do before they went and did it, and he set out to do exactly what, you know what I'm saying, he wanted to do.
What and what is that?
He went to kill.
Who?
Kyle Rittenhouse.
No, I'm saying you saying he wanted to kill. I'm saying who? You saying that he said that he wanted to kill. Who did he want to kill? Did he want to kill anybody in particular, or did he just want to go on a murdering spree?
He just wanted to kill whoever that he could shoot that gun off on. Listen, that gun, he bought that gun, right? That gun was at his friend's father's house, locked in a case. He had no permission to go get that gun. He went and took that gun and went to this you know what I'm saying, to this where they was protesting that, man. You know what I'm saying? He had intentions on doing something.
Okay, so at what point, when you're saying he wanted to kill, what point did you see that happening in the video footage that's been shown? Because I didn't at any point in time in that video see him being the aggressor with a gun, actually out and able to shoot whomever he wanted, however many people he wanted. I never saw in the video where he was the aggressor, or should I say on the offensive, in him doing that. So can you tell me where that part happened?
So you didn't see the part of the video when they showed the black man in the, like, I think he had on like some yellow pants, yellow sweats, whatever it was yellow. When Cal walked over there to the crowd and said, anybody need any medic help? Anybody need any medic?
Well, no, he could have done that. I'm saying as far as no. I'm talking about, because everything else that you're talking about is up for interpretation. But I'm saying as far as the actual shooting of the gun, the firing of the weapon, the people that he shot and killed, regardless of what he said, the actual people he shot and killed, where did that occur to where he showed his intention to do just that from what you're saying he set out to do?
This is what I'm saying, bro. This was his intentions right here. You listen to me. Earlier in the video, the guy said, hey, man, you just pointed that gun at us and told us to get out the car. You know what I'm saying? So he already showed intentions right there. You know what I'm saying? He was ready to shoot somebody.
Okay, did he shoot those people? Wait. You're right. Hold on. I didn't see that and I didn't hear that, but I'm just going to ask you, did he shoot those people that he told to get out the car?
Nah, he didn't shoot them.
Okay, so he didn't kill those. Oh, well, I'm just saying he didn't kill those people. I'm talking about the people that he did kill. If that was his intention, then tell me at what point in time was he the aggressor and when he went to do that? Because every person that he shot, coincidentally, came at him. And I don't know, and you being the person who just said you did how many years? 12 years in the joint?
Yeah.
If you had a shank and somebody came at you, would you defend yourself?
Of course I would.
Okay, so not saying that he had any other intentions, because like I said, that's all up for speculation. From what we saw, every person that he shot and killed and that he shot and wounded, all of them came at him. How do you explain that for a person whose intent was to murder people?
Well, only thing we know, bro, is what we've seen on the videos. We don't know if this guy was the aggressor toward none of these people.
Yes, the first person he shot, Rosenblum. That dude, literally, there's footage of him saying, shoot me, nigga. Shoot me, nigga. He was actually the aggressor. Who does that? If a person walked up to you and said, nigga, stab me, nigga, stab me, would you not think that that is a person who is looking for confrontation with you?
That don't mean I'm a stabber. So let me ask you.
That's true. That's nope. You are 1,000% correct. That is true. That is your choice. Right. But if he does come at you, do you not have the right to protect yourself?
Yes, I do. You know what I'm saying? But that don't mean kill. So let me ask you.
Damn. Wait, hold on, wait. You said that don't mean kill?
That don't mean kill.
Oh, so it's just so then the person who wants to do me bodily harm, I don't have the right to defend myself to where I protect my life. I just got to find some kind of way to whoop his ass or fuck him up, but I can't kill him.
I ain't gonna say none of that. Though,
okay, well, thank you for being honest.
Let me ask you this though. Let me ask you this though. So you think he's actually innocent? He killed 2 people and injured another one. You think he's gonna get found not guilty?
Well, I would hope so. With the evidence that's been presented, absolutely. Here's the thing: did he make a bad choice as far as being there? Yes, because he wasn't trained to handle the responsibility of doing what it is that he did and what he was trying to do. So yes, I think that him being a 17-year-old kid, I wouldn't put that responsibility on any kid.
He should have
But
been at home
the
playing
other,
Fortnite
hold
acting
on,
like a
but wait,
police.
just as much as I wouldn't have put that responsibility on him to be out there, I would not have put the responsibility for any of those people to be out there because they were rioting. They were setting shit on fire, defacing property, and they were destroying shit. So I wouldn't want any kid to be out there. However, the fact that they were, it's their choice. And the fact that they were in those situations, you got to take on the responsibility that comes along with that. And if somebody does decide to come at you, to try to harm you, or whatever the case may be, that confrontation, you have every right to defend yourself. A lot of people get hung up in the nuances. He shouldn't have been out there. He was only 17. The gun came from Switzerland. No, it didn't come from Switzerland. The gun came all the way from Jamaica, and he shouldn't have had that. Hold on. He was there, and what would have happened if he didn't have that firearm and he just had a medic bag? That's the thing that people don't want to think about, and they don't want to challenge that. How about this? If everybody left everybody the fuck alone and wasn't nobody trying to tear up anybody's shit, this wouldn't have happened in the first place at all. None of this would have taken place. It just would have been a bunch of people outside shouting, "We shall overcome," and shouting, "No justice, no peace," and that would have been it. But that ain't what people wanted to do. They wanted to tear shit down, tear shit up, and you don't have a right to do that. You don't have a right to riot. You have every right to protest. But the minute you start tearing shit up, burning shit down, defacing shit that ain't yours, that's when the law has been broken. And when you have lawlessness, you're going to have this type of chaos and shit like that happens.
Well, Cal put himself in that predicament. Like I said, the gun was at his best friend's dad's house, locked in the case. He went and stole it. So what was his intent? You know what I'm saying?
His intent was just like anybody else's. Like, you got people who carry shanks in the joint, people who carry weapons in the joint. Is everybody's intention to go out and hurt somebody that day? No. Some people carry it for the intent to hurt somebody, and some people carry it for defending themselves. It's the same thing. If I would have went out there just for any point, any reason, I would not have went out there without a firearm. I would not. There's no way. I don't go out in them streets without my gun. I don't. And if something like that was going on and it was rioting going on and I had to go out or I wanted to go out, I'm going out with my rifle. Plain and simple. Because the minute somebody come and tell me what the fuck they ain't gonna do or what they are gonna do to me, we have a problem. And I'm not going to sit there and hope that I can go fisticuffs and this person going to be fisticuffs and we cool. Because the minute Skeeter Mills comes along and want to hit me upside my head with a skateboard, now what? We just going to say, "Oh, he was bogus for that." Yeah, but I got a concussion. "Oh, he was bogus for that." Yeah, but I got fucking brain damage now. That's bullshit.
Hey, let me ask you a question, bro. Hey, what do you think about the Ahmaud Arbery case, bro?
Ahmaud Arbery, same thing as far as him grabbing that gun. He did the same thing to Kyle. He did the same thing to Kyle. Those people, them 2-3 white boys riding around trying to hold him, trying to detain him. I totally get it as to why he didn't want to submit and be detained by them. However, when you the rabbit and you don't have the gun, run, rabbit, run. And if you can't...
Hold up. You saying those 3 white guys, you know what I'm saying, are right for what they did? You think they're going to get off?
No, I don't know if they're going to get off or not. But what I'm saying is the fact that they were attempting to detain him and the fact that he felt the best move for him was to grab the gun of somebody who's trying to detain him, it never works. Just like that motherfucker that got shot in the street in Wisconsin. Why would you do that?
What was he supposed to do?
Run the other way.
Go ahead and shoot me.
Run here's what you do. You either travel with a gun or you run the other way. Gun beats fist every time. Gun beats kick. Gun beats fist. Gun beats hands every single time. I'm not trying to fight. Go ahead.
Let me tell you a small short story real quick, bro. One day I was riding around. I'm from Kansas City, Missouri, and 2 guys, you know what I'm saying, asked me for some change. While I was turning around, attempting to get them some money, both of them had guns put into my head. I had a choice. Let them, you know what I'm saying, kill me or fight these guys. I had to fight these guys for my life, my dude. You know
And
what I'm saying? I'm
you
not about
won.
to let you kill me.
You're still here, so that means you won.
Exactly.
Did you take a chance with your life by fighting?
I had to, bro.
You had to. Yep. So that's
yes.
that would be a yes, right?
Yeah.
Could you have died?
Yes.
All I'm saying, I'm not disagreeing with you as far as what you did, because obviously what you did and the skills that you have, you won because you're here. However, if you would have died and got shot the fuck up, would anybody have been surprised when the people who they would have caught him and said, yeah, you know, we pulled the guns on him, was trying to take his money, but then he started whooping our ass, so we shot him? Would people then say, man, why didn't you put the gun down and fight him heads up? Or would they say, damn, that's fucked up, you going to jail?
You're right.
That's all I'm saying. Right. I'm not disagreeing with your choice and what you made, because Ahmaud Arbery made a choice. The guys who tried to attack Kyle Rittenhouse, all they did was made a choice. But them being the aggressor, they lost against a gun. That's all I'm saying. If somebody I carry a gun with me 24/7. However, there could be a situation where somebody gets a drop on me. Just because I got a gun don't mean I'm going to be able to use it. So therefore, that doesn't mean, oh man, fuck that. Now, if I'm out and I'm dragged off into the woods and the motherfucker say, yeah, we going to kill this motherfucker, I have no choice. Motherfucker try to tell me, get your ass in this van, we going to take your... I have no choice. I have to fight. But if I don't, and I don't have the upper hand, I'm going to flee to get a better position or to just get away altogether.
Exactly.
And if those guys would have thought that, yes, they thought he was a little kid, but they did not factor in with they dumbasses, a fucking 223 rifle is going to beat you when it comes to a skateboard and another motherfucker with a gun. I'm just not taking on that fight. I don't like them odds. That's all I'm saying, bro. And that's what you playing with, the odds. Just like that lady who came and charged at the police officer with the pair of scissors. That lady was literally thinking, oh, I'm going to fuck this police officer up with these scissors. And he's standing there with a Glock right there in her face. And then he shoots her. She does a somersault and falls over and dies. Hey, you took your chances and you lost. You got the whammy. That's all I'm saying. So anybody that you go up against a person with a gun, there's a slim chance you could be like my man from Missouri and win, but there's a greater chance that you will lose.
Hey, man, you got to go for what you know. I know I did. Hey, check it out, though. I appreciate you for letting me up on your platform, man. Salute to you. Salute to the chat. You know what I'm saying? I will be covering the Ahmaud Arbery case until it's over with, man. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I just subbed to your channel.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I ain't as big as you, dog. You know what I'm saying? But I hope you will, you know what I'm saying, show some love, too, and subscribe to my channel, bro. I appreciate you.
All right, man. Thank you, man. I appreciate you stopping by, dog.
It's all good.
All right, later.
Later.
Mr. Sinaj, unmute yourself, sir. Let me see if I can do it.
Yo, you hear me?
Yep, I sure can. I'm just going to turn this volume down just a skosh. There you go. Go ahead, sir.
I watch you a lot.
Oh, thank you.
I like your take on things. I really do.
All right, well, I appreciate that,
Chicago.
Man. You from where?
Chicago.
Oh, shit. All right, Chi-Town. What part?
South side, back of the yards.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that's what's up, my man. So what's your take on the Kyle Rittenhouse thing? What do you think?
I'm really not mad at him. Only thing is he shouldn't have brung his ass from cross state. You know, if I'm not mistaken, he from Illinois. He should have been taking care of the riders in Illinois. Why he had to go to another state to do that?
Well, one of the reasons why is because You can't walk around with an AR-15 in Chicago.
Yeah, no, you can't.
That's one reason why. That's one reason why. But he is in his defense, where he stays at in Illinois, he's literally like, I think maybe 20 minutes away from where they are.
Okay.
And he actually frequent that place in Wisconsin more because that's where his friends and stuff are. So he was more so in that area and more closer to Kenosha than he is to like the city of Chicago. Because you know this, just being in Illinois, that's a good little ride.
What?
Yeah,
you know what, Brian? Though, what people always talking about? Oh, he need to go to jail. They don't remember a lot of people that died through them riots. They don't remember that.
Yep. Yep.
They don't remember a lot of people business getting burnt up and like that shit wasn't cool at all.
Exactly.
But I'm not saying go out and take the law in your own hands. Look, I believe in the law. But at the same time, like, what do you want us to do? To some of them people, in their mind, it was just like the purge.
Yep. I mean, and that's a great point you brought up. Y'all don't realize this. A lot of people don't realize this because they haven't been in this situation. Imagine if you got your own business. You sell small electronics. Let's just say that's your thing. You sell everybody come, you got a little shop, a little bitty storefront, and you sell shit like headphones, you sell, little adapters, you sell just small electronics. That's your business. You purchase the inventory, you own it, you get all of this stuff that you have built, and you go to work and you work 10 to 12 hours every day at this storefront. Now, imagine that's some shit that has nothing to do with you. You didn't have any part in this situation. And you actually are a person who suffers from a bunch of people who just think because of the shit that's going on in the media that they should just burn your shit down, rob your shit, take everything out of there, and then burn it down. And a lot of people who've never owned their own business, they don't have the idea of it's not just about the stuff that you got. Yes, you can get insurance, but you got to think about it like this. How long does it take for your insurance check to come? How long do you have to go with that being your only source of income and that's your business? How long do you have to go without being able to earn any money to take care of your family? The other part is, what about all of the time and energy you put into it? And somebody just come and tear that up?
Insurance ain't giving you 100% of your profit.
You're correct. You're correct. You are right. You could have, if you got $100,000 worth of shit in your store and the insurance company said, well, we can only cut you a check for $75. That's it. What you gonna do? You can argue all you want, but if they gonna cut that check for $75 and say, look, this is what we gonna insure you at. Here you go. And thank you, Wolf Bear. And by the way, please know that your insurance premium is about to go up. So now I done took a L on all these different fronts. For what? Because some motherfucker who all the way in fucking Atlanta is dead? No way. I could see if it was like in what's the movie with Sal's Pizzeria? Do the Right Thing.
Right Thing.
Radio Raheem, the shit went down in Sal's. They got to arguing, got to fighting. Police showed up. They choked him out. Wasn't fair. That nigga died, and they burned Sal's down. The fact that they was going over to the Korean motherfucking store where he was asking for the 20D batteries, they was gonna go fuck him up next. Why? Because it was niggas being niggas, and I get the fact that you hurt, you upset, but you gonna go and tear somebody else's shit down that had nothing to do with the issue, but you gonna say, see, it's the community. See, they in this community, they doing, well, what the fuck are they doing to you? If you don't like them, don't patronize them. If you don't like them because the way they look, because the way they smell, because the way they talk, leave them alone then.
Let me tell you, Brent, when they did the riots that they did, I ain't gonna lie to you, they really didn't do the neighborhoods and where the black people was at. They did all the fashion stores. But guess what? It still was sad to me.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Here's the thing about the bigger stores, though, that they lose out on. This is my thing about how we don't think shit through. The Walmarts, the Targets, your big box stores, they pay taxes in those communities, in those wards, where those funds go into that area's bottom line. And when you burn them out, you tear them down, and they say fuck it and don't come back, now you've lost literally hundreds of thousands of dollars in jobs, revenue, taxes. All that shit is gone because you got mad. That's where we don't think it through. And just like in the hood, just like how niggas got out of hand in Roseland, and niggas was gonna tear down old-fashioned donuts. They broke a glass, and thank God it was some real niggas out there that said, hold on, y'all motherfuckers ain't about to tear down old-fashioned. Fuck that. This man done been around here since we was all motherfucking sperm in our daddy's ball sack. Y'all ain't about to come tear him down because y'all niggas ain't got shit else to do or ain't got no cars and can't go nowhere else. But they still had the balls to go break this nigga's window. Why would y'all do that when this man has done nothing but served y'all for ever since he's been there? How old-fashioned been around for shit? 50, 60 years?
Yeah, about 56 years.
Yeah.
Civil rights years. Matter of fact, civil rights years.
Yeah.
They got pictures.
Yeah. But y'all gonna do this to this old man who ain't, and I'm telling you, anybody, there's not a person on the south side that done been there that could ever say an ill word about that old man. Not a single person. He wasn't no asshole, or he was a real son of a bitch. He used to talk about never. I'm talking just good old-fashioned, hey man, it's just a good brother, a good man, a good family. They don't do nothing but come in and provide a service in the community. Best donuts in the motherfucking city, and y'all want to tear it down because of what? You want to try to get some free shit? Man, get the fuck out of here. And my thing is, when you have that in a community, I would want to protect it. I would want to be out there and be like, nah, I ain't gonna let this shit happen, not on my watch. I'm going to protect my community and the people that's in it. Y'all ain't gonna burn this shit down because some shit that happened in Atlanta or some shit that happened in Kentucky or some shit that happened somewhere else. Y'all crazy. And if I'm gonna confront these people, I absolutely better come out there strapped. I did it in my own neighborhood, in my own home. We would be sitting on the porch or we would be in the house and niggas literally would want to pull up because we lived on a corner. They would want to pull up and get their setup out, get their little drink, got their pint, drink their Hennessy, roll their blunt, dump their blunt leaves, their tobacco leaves in our grass or in our street, get high, drink, leave the shit sitting in the yard or leave the shit sitting in the street in front of our house and drive off after y'all done got faded. Tell me niggas don't do that. And it's like, we was like, man, no, fuck that. These niggas ain't gonna be doing this shit. So when niggas would start doing it, we would go out there. Hey, my man, y'all gotta take that somewhere else. But I didn't go out there like a dumbass, just out there, yeah, now if y'all wanna fight, then y'all can fight. Nope, I went out there just like this. Hey, my man, y'all gotta go on with that. Just so if you think about talking some shit, you already see what I'm on. If you think you gonna flip off at the mouth and talk crazy to me, you already know how far I'm willing to go. And you know how many times I've had to shoot somebody being in front of my house who wanted to smoke and drink and get head from they bitches? Zero. I've never had to shoot a motherfucker, but I showed them.
You told them the truth. You told them. Once you talk to a motherfucker, they know.
Exactly.
They gonna move around.
Exactly. And because I'm saying, and
don't nobody want to go to jail.
Thank you. Don't nobody want to go to jail. Don't nobody want to die at the end of the day. Niggas don't want to die like that.
Nobody want to die at the end of the day.
I'm going to die over some Hennessy and a blunt? No way. Let me go on and ride on. All right, homie. All right, my man. Damn, Mella, you ain't have to have a gun. Damn, Mella, you didn't have to pull up in front of my house to get faded. Who does that? I ain't going to do no shit like that.
I was going to ask you, I'm trying to ask you a question, bro.
Oh, go ahead.
Like, what do you think? Like, what do you think really can help change Chicago? I know about more fathers in the home.
Yep.
I know about that.
Great
but
question.
What other than that? Like what? Because I know you said you were a former police officer, right?
Yep. Yeah, I was a sheriff's deputy up in Michigan, but born and raised in Chicago. But Great question. Here's the answer. With the state of where Chicago is right now today, one of the biggest things, aside from the obvious stuff like you said with the fathers and things, but the things that we need in our neighborhood to change the different aspects of that. Number one, the politics in Chicago have got to change to the point to where they're not self-serving to the politicians. That's number one. Number two, you have to provide resources in not giving them shit, but in the aspect of jobs, and you have to have resources for the children to where they're not in the crime, because it won't change overnight. One of the things I always talk about was me as a kid. When I was growing up in the hood, it was right around the time when crack had first hit our neighborhood, when all them niggas was selling dope and getting all that money, doing all that fuck shit. There were still resources available to me. The Park District was open every day except for Sunday. I could go up to the park. That was a no-fly zone.
Hold on right there, bro.
Yep.
Guess what, bro? It ain't like how it used to be. Remember how we used to have in every park used to be a damn, what you call that?
Every park,
like we can't even go into the shed and get
the field house.
Football equipment.
The field house. The field houses at the park.
Yeah. No,
the field houses had equipment for you to play baseball. They had basketballs. They kept the basketball nets up. Year round. You can go and shoot hoop. You can shoot hoops in the park in November, as long as there ain't no snow on the ground. The tennis courts was up. All of that stuff that we had in our neighborhood, swimming pool, year round, wood shop, boxing, basketball. We had all of that stuff.
They ain't got that no more, bro.
And that's a resource that they took out. They pulled the money out of the park districts, and that those people lost their jobs, and those resources got dried up. Wasn't nobody there to come out and do the baseball fields for us to play softball and all that kind of stuff. Because back then, all that gang banging and shit like that took place on your block. That shit didn't take place up at the park like it does now. Yeah,
like it does now.
Yeah. So it's like that's one of the things, and that's what you need for the kids to be able to say, hey, while my mom and daddy was at work, I was able to go to the park district to learn how to do woodworking. I was able to learn how to box. I was able to learn how to swim. I became a junior lifeguard. I was able to do all that kind of stuff. But those resources are gone. Midnight basketball league. So when it did get late, 10 o'clock hit, the gym is still open and everybody from the neighborhood can come and watch the basketball games and all that kind of shit. Them niggas was beeping there. Folks and folks and Four Corner Hustlers, GDs and foes, was hooping against each other, and it wasn't no shootouts, wasn't no problems because they understood.
Okay, bro. Okay. So initially you saying the city failed us. That's what you saying?
Yeah, absolutely. It's not I'm saying it going aside from the family dynamic first and foremost, because the family dynamic plays a huge part in that. But yes, the city removing those resources for their own personal pet projects and to do the shit that they wanted to do with them with that money, that took away from our communities, the hoods, if you will. Now, when you go off into other suburbs like Naperville, Schaumburg, they got all that shit in place because those taxpayers, they know what they're doing.
You know the way it's set up, like in the city, it's like we got our own district, so we can do whatever we want to do. We don't need the state government. We just need the local government. You see what I'm saying?
Correct. I agree. And I see what Tom Lee said. It's also not the job of the city to fix you. That's true. But it is the job of the city to provide you with the resources that you want in your neighborhood.
So
I will definitely say that. So that cuts both ways.
Remember, we ain't used to be hungry. Remember, we had free breakfast programs and free lunch program. Remember that?
Yeah. I mean, all of those things that were there, they were there for the resources that were provided by the community. And like I said, because we pay taxes, we are the ones that get to determine how that money is spent. But when you have bullshit in the game and you have political agendas that are being, had, you lose out on those kind of things. And we weren't responsible enough to step up to say, hey, this is something that we want. This is something that we need. If we voting for you, you got to give us this. If we going to vote for you, we got to give you that. We didn't do that.
I was just about to say that. I think it is the people we vote for, our local aldermen, our
Yep.
governors, our senators. Like, how
Yep.
long Dick Durbin been in there? Tell me that.
Yeah.
And he ain't done shit for us. He been in there since Obama.
Before that, he's been in there, man. I can't even count how many years of service he got. But the thing is you got to look at the political landscape and what it's doing for us. We're the ones that still participating in that shit, and it's not benefiting us. We're the one. The first time I voted Democrat, plain and simple. So it's like all of the shit, and I did that up until this last the last time I voted Democrat was the second round for Obama, because I drank the Kool-Aid twice.
I stopped voting Democrat when democratic values won family values. When I started having kids.
And here's the thing: you have the two people that are the most influential in the hood or the black community are your politicians and your preachers, and they working hand in hand in getting the shit that they want. But we're the ones who steadily following them. We're not asking our preachers and our politicians to do shit for us and not following up. We letting them get stood up in front of us. We letting them stand there and talk about how they love our church and how they out here in the community when somebody gets shot or somebody get killed, but they're not providing any of the resources for us to where we can make changes in our neighborhoods. And until we start doing that, it ain't gonna never change. It's gonna continue to be as fucked up as it is. Go ahead with your final thought.
I believed in Obama so much, right? When Obama was coming out, I was in high school, and he had a little email address. He like all Chicago high school students can email him, and I told him, I'm like, man, you know how you can curb some of this? Well, I ain't put it like that. I said, you know how you can stop? I gave him a nice email, like, you know how you stop some of this gang violence if you become president? And then he emailed me back. He said, how can I do it? I said, all right, start the draft up. Put everybody in the draft. If you put everybody in the draft, they're going to have to choose the game, either the streets or the government. And if they don't choose the government, then fuck him. He didn't listen to me. And I promise you, bro, if he'd have did that, it wouldn't be the way it is now. Chicago is out of control. Yeah, everybody want to be.
But it is, and you're right, it's out of control. But it's like, if it's out of control, then who are the people, not necessarily that put it out of control, but who's continuing and perpetuating it to be out of control?
It's
gotta ask that question. It's like that woman you see that get her ass beat every Friday or Saturday night because her and her man get into it, and you see her getting her ass whooped, and she walking up and down the street screaming, "Y'all call the police, help me!" Okay, yeah, them first 3 or 4 times I get it, but 5 years later, bitch, you still getting your ass whooped by this same nigga. It becomes so normal to you that you just be like, "Oh, here they go again." So it's like, yeah, I get it, and it's a problem, but whose fault really is it at that point?
I know exactly what you're talking about, and you're right. I would not. I ain't gonna lie to you. If she do that, I would not get involved in it.
Yeah, that first time, that first 1 or 2 times, you're like, "Oh shit, what the fuck going on? Y'all chill, call the police." But around year 3, you're gonna be like, "Hey, look, we ain't for that shit tonight. Take that shit back down the street to y'all house. We don't want to hear this shit."
Nancy, go home.
Yeah, Nancy, exactly. Home. So, and that's the thing that we're in right now. It's like, at what point do we say, okay, well, yeah, it's fucked up, but we know how to fix the issue. What are we gonna do now? Like one of the things I love that Ray Lewis said when the Ravens was getting their ass beat. He said, it's not about what you do when you are 1-6. It's about what you do, what you do after you 1-6. You know where you at already. What you gonna do now to change it is what we have to realize and accept and take responsibility for. Yes, we can play the blame game and talk all that shit, whatever we want to talk about, but right now, what we gonna do?
Okay, bro. I think the way I change it is by being who I am. Like, I'm enlightened now. At first, I wasn't. At first, my brain was clouded. But now I know the route to take. And I think the way we changed what's going on is by me taking this route, and I'm trying to tell other guys to take this route. Now I might not can convince them, but I'm trying to convince them. That's all I can do.
Yeah.
Just like Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ told everybody. It was some people that said, "No, we don't believe you."
Right.
But he kept preaching his message, right?
Yeah.
Some believe him, some didn't.
And I'll end it with this. I appreciate the call, man. Thank you. But I'll end it with this. It's like you got to realize that, people that have, issues and got all of these things and have been in all of these situations over time and in their life and all that kind of stuff, they have all this stuff that has happened to them, and everybody won't be able to actually come out of it. Everybody won't make it out to get to the promised land. And we have to accept the fact that there are just some that will be lost and victim of the purge. They ain't gonna never get it. They too far gone to come into this new area. So you just have to present the truth that and just say, hey, I want to get people to thinking outside the box and thinking for themselves, and then say, hey, let's try to do something different, because what's been going on, obviously, it ain't working for us. And when we get to that place, that is what you call progress. That is what you call say, hey, all right, we see that this ain't working, but now we have the ability to at least change it. And now make change. Go ahead, Ugly Truth.
What's good, B? Long time no see.
Same here, brother. Go ahead. Good to see you, man.
Man, I really think, man, he shouldn't even be on trial. It is clearly, as you can see, that Kyle was just doing his self-defense.
Yep, I agree.
Because even if you look at it nowadays, they just say, hey, they want Kyle locked up. Okay, what about all the other niggas in the hood that do shootings y'all know?
Yep.
Like, y'all don't tell on them. Y'all don't say nothing. But, hey, white boy do a little shooting, lock him up.
Yep.
Cause like even I was looking at the riots. Oh.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Even I was looking at the riots, and I'm like, man, like y'all burned down a lot of people's business, even black-owned business. Y'all burned down,
and that shows the whole disingenuous aspect of it. It's like here's my and even when I said it when they were actually rioting and stuff in Chicago. And I was telling people, I said, you know what? In all actuality, with all this shit that's going on, I surely said I would go out there and riot. I said, but I ain't going to burn shit down. I said, I want to go and break into a bank. I said, the motherfuckers who was actually taking apart the cash station machines and shit like that, they had it figured out. If you gonna go get some shit, go hit the ATM. Go and hit the bank. If you gonna tear something up, because that you can go into a bank and get some life-changing money. So it's like, if you gonna do that, I get it. But you tearing up your own local neighborhood stores, your local pharmacies, where your old ladies and your senior citizens go to get their medicine because they don't have the ability to drive, they don't have transportation, they literally need to be able to walk to their corner store to get their drugs that they need. Why would you burn them down and tear that up and then say it's in the name of George Floyd? And nigga, this train that you got going on, my God. It's like he on the locomotive. He ringing the bell.
Don't do it because I'm at my family house,
Yeah, it's all good.
Visiting.
It's all good. But if there's one thing that you see about this case that's going on, what is probably, I guess, the thing that you see as to why do you even think that they're prosecuting this?
It's just that they looking at it as like they've been saying, oh, hey, if he get off with murder, why don't other black people get off with murder?
And that and here's one of those things. I understand why somebody would make that statement, but if they actually looked at the numbers, they would see is plenty of motherfuckers that get off for murder. Black folks. Do you realize that 80% of the violent crimes committed in Chicago are unsolved. That means the niggas that shooting are not going to jail. They are literally getting off. I know several of people who have gotten off who were caught and got manslaughter, self-defense, and got off because they were able to make the case. He said he was going to kill me, so I killed him first. And they got off. So it ain't a thing to where it's only black folks that's going to jail. That's bullshit. There are plenty of black folks that got off. Why? Like my boy Tommy always say, but OJ, y'all love pulling that OJ card. My man Juan came up, take OJ Simpson, for example.
Not the OJ.
Hey, look. Not only did OJ get off, he should have got off. Nicole Brown Simpson, that bitch overstepped her boundary. She went too far. Fuck that.
She knew what she was doing.
She should have got her ass Colombian necktie or whatever the fuck you want to call it. The bitch went too far. Free OJ, goddammit.
Free OJ didn't do it. Free my dog.
OJ did it and he got off for doing it like he should.
Like that glove didn't fit him. That glove didn't fit. You seen it.
Yeah, buddy. Bitch out here fucking the goddamn pool boy and the goddamn restaurant server. Fuck out in my house. Driving my fucking Ferrari or whatever the fuck else I got. You lost your motherfucking mind. Shit.
Of course I'll shoot you too.
Hey, yeah. I'ma stab you and he wanna be a hero. He should have stepped the fuck back and left. The minute he heard your ass getting Candyman, he should have been like, I ain't got nothing to do with this juice. I'm out. I'm gonna go on out the back door and I'm gonna go ahead and holler at Kaylin and I'm gonna get on up out of here, player. I ain't seen nothing.
Shit. That what niggas do anyway.
He should have did a Kato Caitlin. He should have did a Kato Caitlin and been like, I didn't see a thing. He been around to tell a story.
Or he can even hit that Friday. You want some of this too, man? No.
Yep. Hey, man, I got some eggs in here, man. In case you want some before you leave, I'll put them in a plate for you. You know, you take them, go ahead, but I'm out. I will let you know.
Like, what y'all got going on between y'all two?
Man, I'm telling you. Well, I appreciate the call, brother. Thank you so much, man, for your insight, man. I appreciate it. I'm going to bring up the next
say one more
person.
thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, man, thanks to you watching your shows, I brought my first gun.
My man, what'd you get?
A Canic.
Oh, yeah, man. I have heard a lot of people buying those lately, man. That's what's up. So I guess they must really be making some good guns. I know that they on the economical side, but I have not heard people complaining about the functionality of them. So they must be pretty good guns, man. A lot of people have been getting those. So salute to you on that.
I just shot mine the other day, man, and it just felt good.
Good, man. Good for you. Hey, keep shooting and keep training, Doc. It don't stop. You're just beginning.
I'm trying to get that AR you got. That's the one I really want.
Yeah, buddy. I hear you, man. Well, yeah, if you got any questions or anything, man, please feel free to email me, man, or hit me up in the comment section, man. But definitely congrats on that, man. And like I said, keep shooting and keep training, Doc.
All right, man. Love your show, man. Hey, look, I donate every time I be trying when I have money, man. I love you.
Hey, man, I appreciate you, man. Thanks for showing up, brother.
Oh, no problem at all, man.
All right, love. All righty. All right, caller. Here we go. You on the air.
All right,
all right, hold tight. Let me adjust your sound for a second. I got to turn this down. And then there we go.
All right. What's it been like?
All righty. Go ahead, sir.
All right. Now you say Cal is innocent, right?
I said he was innocent as far as self-defense. Yes, he did. I don't believe that he committed first-degree murder like they got him on trial for.
Okay. So, like I talked to you about this before. If somebody robs a bank and then they go running, and then people chase after that person, you can't claim self-defense by killing the people that's chasing you for committing a crime like that.
You said, wait, let me make sure I heard you correctly. You said if someone robs a bank and then somebody is trying to stop them,
and they kill the people that's trying to stop them, that's not considered self-defense.
Okay. So you're saying that would not be self-defense for the people that's trying to capture him, trying to kill him.
After he shot
them.
Right. After he shot Rosenbaum and everybody, they were like, stop him. He shot somebody. And they were trying to stop him for that. And then he turns around and shoot them. That's not an argument for self-defense.
Okay. So then if they were trying to stop him, how were they trying to do that?
First, if somebody has a gun, you first want to get control of that gun, especially if it's a long rifle where you can grab it.
Okay.
Then you get that under control first, because that can reach out a long, long ways. So first you're going to have to take control of that gun so they won't be able to shoot you with it.
Okay.
And that's what they were trying to do at first, get control of that gun, but he had a strap on his shoulder and they couldn't just take it off of him. So they were trying to stop him because they thought that he had killed somebody. All they heard was, this guy just shot somebody, and they started chasing him for that and trying to get the gun out of his hands.
Okay. So the person who attempted to hit him with the skateboard, how was he trying to get the gun out of his hand?
Okay, if you got an AR-15, he was trying to hit the barrel of the gun. And he swung at his head. It's clear. He swung at his head with the skateboard. So how are you trying to disarm a person? No, when the second guy that he killed got him, he was trying to hit the gun with the skateboard, and it went towards his neck, but he tried to hit the gun, and then he grabbed the barrel of the gun, and that's when Cal shot him in the chest, because the gun wasn't going anywhere because Cal had it strapped around the shoulder.
Okay. And then the other person who had a gun,
right?
That person was doing what?
If that person wanted to kill Cal, he should have never ran up to Cal to do it. He was trying to disarm Cal and get Cal to stop shooting. If he wanted to kill Cal, all he had to do was take and shoot him with that Glock from the sidewalk. He could have did it after or before he got shot. He could have say, okay, he shot him in the arm. He could have took his other hand and shot that guy, because when they showed CJ, they showed that gun was loaded. It was a loaded gun. So he wasn't just pretending his gun was loaded and it was an empty gun. When CJ went to help him with his arm, he told him that gun was loaded, that pistol was loaded. He could have easily killed Cal even after he got shot. He could have killed Cal from the street.
Okay.
That's what I would have done.
Okay. So my question to you is, if the first person, Joseph Rosenbaum, do you know what happened with them as to why they got into an altercation, as to why he used deadly force?
I was watching this all day live before it even happened, before it hit the news. Okay. Their group, some of the, I don't even think they were the Proud Boys. I think they were the Boogaloo Boys that were hanging out at the service station.
Okay.
They had gotten into an argument with him earlier.
Okay.
That day.
So there was an altercation. So there was an altercation then, correct?
There was an altercation, but Kyle wasn't there.
Okay.
So he was shoot me.
Yeah, go ahead.
He was like, shoot me, nigga, shoot me. So this was later on that night. Cal them left after curfew. Cal and his witness that went on trial first, they went going up the street asking if anybody need medical help. So they went and found this guy later on in the night. And so what the infrared camera showed in the helicopter at the trial actually showed that Cal them was chasing and following him first. But when you look at all the YouTube videos, all you see is him running behind Cal to the car lot when Cal shot him.
Okay.
But they never showed when Cal was following him first.
Okay. So at the point where this guy was talking about shoot me, nigga, shoot me, nigga, shoot me, nigga. Right. I get that's the altercation. Then there's a moment where this guy throws what appears to be his medical bag or his hospital bag, because this crazy motherfucker just got out the hospital. Okay.
Right.
And then he hit Kyle with this bag, or threw this bag at Kyle.
Yeah, the
Okay.
bag never saw it. Kyle never saw that bag.
Oh, okay. So but I'm saying there was a moment where that's considered like assault. You do know that, right?
It can be considered as assault, but
No,
he
it's not
never,
considered. No, it's not considered. That is assault. If I take a brick and I throw it at you, whether I hit you with it or I'm coming close, the intent of me doing it, that's assault. So my point is this. At what point is there any footage to where Kyle is going at this guy to shoot him, or is the guy coming at him and he shoots him?
like I said, Kyle them was following the guy.
We already established that. No, that's established. I get it. But is the point where this guy gets shot, is it Kyle being the aggressor, aiming and going to shoot at him? Or is Kyle actually retreating and the guy is coming at him and Kyle shoots him? Okay. Who's the aggressor in the actual shooting incident?
Okay, I live in North Carolina. It appears that Rosenbaum was the aggressor at that point. That's what it appears.
Okay.
But it never showed the point that led him to chase Kyle.
I get all, yeah, I get all of that. I'm not even going to dispute any of that. My point is, at the point where you see this guy with a gun,
right,
and the point where this guy decides to assault the guy with the gun, do I at that point have a right to defend myself?
He might have a right to defend himself. He actually does have a right to defend himself with enough force that's equal to protect himself.
Okay, so I have the right to defend myself. Now, my next point is this. If I have a weapon to defend myself with, do I have the right to use that weapon to defend my life with?
It all depends on how it started.
Okay, explain. Oh, wait, whoop. So you're saying that there's a selection of weapons that I must use?
No, I'm saying that if you initiate the entire incident that leads up to you shooting somebody, then you're gonna still be liable for it. If you get in an argument with somebody, like you said, let's say somebody come to your house and you get in an argument, with that person, right? And then all of a sudden you have a gun, but you go to that person, you go to that person's house, you start talking some words to him at his home.
Okay.
And then he comes out with whatever to hit you with something like that. Let's say he hits you with a plastic bag.
Wait, hold on. Now you add too many variables. All I'm saying is, and this is where a lot of people may get this confused. When you're in a situation where we have an altercation, we can go back and forth, we can yell, shout, we can talk shit, we can do all of that. The minute I make a threat, or the minute that I get physical, the minute that I begin to actually physically harm you, that's where the altercation occurs. All bets are off. You don't get to tell me how to respond to protect my life. You don't. That's one of the main reasons why I'm such an advocate of stand your ground. Because if you're dumb enough to fuck with or go after someone with a gun, then you deserve to get whatever that outcome is. Because if he would have gotten that gun from Kyle and whooped the cowboy shit out of him and beat him with the gun and even shot him, what would people be saying now? That kid shouldn't have had that gun out there. No, you're going to say, hey, no motherfuckers got into an altercation. Who started it? Because he could have very well, just like the other caller that called in earlier, he could have whooped that dude's ass like that dude whooped two people's ass who had guns on him. The point is, once you get to the physical aspect to where you are assaulting someone else, there is no, I only can choose this. I got to wait till he hit me 6 times before I can go and get my gun. So I got to give him at least 3 blows for him to hit me. Then I can get my gun. You don't get to do that. If you don't fuck with people, you won't get fucked with. If you do fuck with people, then they get to fuck with you back. That's it. If he would have left Kyle alone, it would have been a problem. If they would have just exchanged words, wouldn't have been a problem.
Now, the other people who did or did not see all of this and just decided to, hey, let's go after that guy. What are you going to do? And why is it your job to go after this person that you feel, because you don't know, obviously these guys aren't lawyers and they don't know the law, that they feel committed this crime and they killed this guy and they think he's committed a crime? That's not for you to decide. If you see him and you think he did, that's when you call the police that everybody wants to defund. That's when you be a great witness. Hey, there's a guy who just shot a guy. He has on green pants, a green shirt, and white hat, and he's walking around. He has an AR-15, and he has a red medical bag. That's what you do. Because once you begin to pursue that guy, you don't know what the situation all entailed. So now you are going after this guy. The same way the other guy did.
Okay. But you have an obligation. If somebody has a gun and they've just committed a capital crime, what you think is a capital crime, and then they're running up the street.
That is incorrect. You don't have an obligation. That is incorrect.
You haven't.
There's no obligation. That matters. You can choose to make a citizen's arrest. That's your choice. However, he's a citizen too. So why would you try to make a citizen's arrest against a gunman who you believe, and I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt, you believe this guy executed this guy in cold blood. Let's just say he's the worst of the worst. He terminated him. There's a T-1000 that just killed a man. It is not your obligation to stop that person. It is not. That is not. There's no law for that.
But you have a right to do so.
You have a right to pursue that person to attempt to make a citizen's arrest or to make a citizen's arrest. At any given point in time, because there is a way to do that, at any given point in time, did any of them say, stop, I'm placing you under citizen's arrest?
Okay, let's talk about the self-defense part. For one, if he was defending himself, if he had not handled that gun illegally because he was under the age, even though the gun was a legally bought gun and all this other stuff. He was not at the age to have it, period. That's been established. So it was illegal for him to have that weapon that he had.
Okay, well, hold on, let's stop right there. And I ain't gonna let you get out that question that I asked you, but it was illegal for him to have the gun. Let's just say it was, because you can go back and forth. I've heard different stories about it, that it wasn't. Okay, fine. It was illegal for all of them to even be outside. It was illegal for all of them to be outside. It was illegal for the person who had a gun, who actually had a gun. He was a fucking convicted felon, and yet until he had a gun.
Right.
So I'm saying the legality part of it, you can debate that all day long. My point is this. If they were going to make a citizen's arrest, they either did not know how to do it properly or that wasn't their intention. Either way, both of those reasons exclude them from trying to do what they were trying to do because they weren't trained enough to do it.
So if you're in the process of committing a crime, then you cannot claim self-defense if you get in trouble for it.
How do you know he was committing a crime? That's what they were under suspicion. Nope. They were under the suspicion of him committing a crime.
No,
he was a suspect.
I'm going to tell you the crime he's committed. For one, he was out past curfew. That's committing a crime. Number two, he was not supposed to have that weapon.
They didn't. Okay, wait. Number one,
that's a second crime.
Number one, none of them were supposed to be outside. Number two, they did not know that he wasn't supposed to have that gun. They didn't know how old Kyle Rittenhouse was. They didn't know where Kyle Rittenhouse was from because the assholes that were fucking with him, they weren't even from that area.
But
they were 45 minutes to an hour away, all three of them.
They're not the ones claiming self-defense.
Yeah, that's because they're dead and they're shot.
Well,
that's why. But the point is, if everybody's out beyond curfew, that's not a point of contention. It's just not. Just like I was explaining this the other night, if everybody's speeding and doing 80 miles an hour in a 55-mile zone, whoever gets involved in the accident, it's not a thing of saying, well, you were speeding. No, sir, we were all speeding. And to that point, you could even say we were going with the flow of traffic unless it was something where they were weaving in and out of traffic. That's just why police officers, when they see people on the highway and they're doing over the speed limit, if they're moving with the flow of traffic, which means if everybody's doing it or the majority of people are doing it, they won't pull you over for it, even though they technically can.
I'm glad you made that analogy, because if the people are breaking the law, let's say they're moving with the flow of traffic, even if that traffic, you can legally not legally do that sometimes, but common law people do it all the time. If they are going with the flow of traffic and on the highway, people do it a lot. Everybody on that lane is going 80 miles per hour in a 60-mile-per-hour zone. But if you get in an accident for it, you cannot. The insurance company will not pay off the other person's claim if they get in an accident with you. It will not pay off your claim if you get in if both of them was breaking the law.
Yeah, and hang on here. If everybody's doing 80 in a 55, however, I'm driving drunk, there's the crime, sir.
It doesn't matter.
Nope. Stop. Yes, it does. Because I'm driving a vehicle and I'm impaired under the influence of alcohol or drugs. So therefore, if I, who's driving 80, even though I'm in the flow of traffic with everyone else, and I swerve and hit and kill 4 people, the DUI is mine and the murder is mine because of the actual crime I was committing that was not being committed by everybody else. They're not going to go and say, let's get the footage and we're going to write all 400 cars that was doing 80 in this area during that time. We're going to write them all tickets. They won't do that. They're going to say you was driving drunk and you hit 4 people and killed those 4 people. You going to jail for driving under the influence and murder. But before any of that happens, that person's going to go on trial. Just like with Kyle, they thought that this person committed a crime. Great. Right. That does not mean that he did. Because committing first-degree murder and committing manslaughter via by self-defense, 2 different things.
Yeah, but now that they're in court, the crimes that he did commit without question is being at a place that he was not supposed to be at after curfew. I don't care if there were 10,000 people out there doing the same thing. He was not supposed to be out there after curfew. And 2, he was not supposed to have that gun. Just like you said, Grosskopf or whatever the guy is that got shot in the arm, he was a convicted felon. He was not supposed to have his gun.
But yet and still he was pursuing Kyle Rittenhouse with a gun. What am I supposed to do? What is Kyle Rittenhouse supposed to do? He's actually trying to get away from these people. They are not police. They are not mandated to enforce the law. That's not their job. These people were pursuing him with deadly weapons. What is it that this guy is supposed to do? A guy who believes he's just defended his life is now being pursued by people who believe that he committed murder and he was the aggressor. Whatever the case may be, it's not for them to hold court in the streets. If they want to get him because they believe he's committed a crime, 911. It's not your job to go and distribute justice in the street by hitting somebody upside the head with a skateboard or by trying. How are they going to detain them? How are they going to put them under arrest? Did they have any handcuffs? Any zip ties? They had nothing. Who in their right mind thinks that they can make a person with a gun just stand right here? Stand your ass right here till the police come.
Another person with a gun.
And did he do that? No.
No, he was so stupid. That's what I would have did.
And because he didn't know how to do it, he could have just called the police and left the shit alone. That's what you should do as your job.
There are police all around, but another point is the other point is,
hold on, wait. Wait. If that's their job, are you saying that that's their job or that's the police job?
That's the police job.
To do what?
To maintain order in the streets. I'm saying that Kyle said the reason he was there is to protect a business of friends. But now that the trial has come out, Kyle didn't even know these people until that day that Kyle and his friend met that person that day. So number one, if Kyle would have stayed at the business that they asked him to protect, he still wouldn't have been in the streets. He would have, if he would have been in that, if he would have been in that business, stayed at the business that he was guarding to start with, he would have never found Rosenbaum again that night. He would have never found him.
Yeah, but the thing is that they were going into those areas to, number one, protect property and to administer first aid. And the whole thing kicked off, if I'm not mistaken, was because there were people trying to set shit on fire. Like, I think they were trying to set like a garbage can or something like that on fire. And then that's where the altercation started, where it was going back and forth. Because the very thing that these people were trying to do, which was tear shit down and burn shit up and fuck up property, that's what they were trying to stop on the other side. But if that's the case, then my thing is, if we're both breaking the law, then who's at fault?
If you're both breaking the law, neither one of y'all can claim self-defense if something happens to you.
No. I said who's at fault.
Who's at fault? Everybody's at fault for whatever happens to them. It's their own fault. Whatever happened to a person is their own fault if they're breaking the law.
Exactly. And that's one of the main reasons why we have the law. Because if they would have took their ass home, none of this would have happened. We got that understood. Fine,
right.
Great.
If Kyle would have stayed home, it wouldn't have happened.
If they would have stayed home, it wouldn't have happened. Right, you're right. However, once you have gone past that point and you've broken the law, and you insist on staying where you're at, neither one of them wanted to go home. And the fact that they didn't, fine. But now that you've had an altercation, you have to take it for what it is with the altercation. That dude did not have the right to assault that man. Period. He didn't. And the people who wanted to chase him down and the people who wanted to grab him, arrest him, kick his ass, I don't know what their intentions were. They didn't have the right to do it. They weren't equipped to make a citizen's arrest, and they did not see the totality of the circumstances in order to do so. So why would you go after a person when you can simply call the authorities if that was your concern?
Because the police were already there.
They were not already. They were en route. Those police officers that showed up, they were en route.
No, they were sitting up the street the entire time during all of this. You said how little time it took Cal about a minute and a half to get from where he was. He shot the last guy to the police that were sitting right there at the corner the entire time. All of this was going on.
He did, yes, but where you talking about where he shot those other two people?
Where he shot the skateboarder. Yeah.
Right. That's what I'm saying. He didn't where he shot those other two people, they didn't see what happened up the street. There was too much going on. There were other people shooting. It's not like everybody was just standing on the side of the streets and just watched all of this unfold. That is not what happened. It was utter chaos going on. You didn't know who shot who. You didn't know who was zooming who, if you will. Nobody could see that because of the chaos that was ensuing, which is what's typical of a riot. That's my point. So how is it that these people can go through all of this and see all of this happen and say, hey, that guy committed a crime and it's my job to stop them? That's bullshit.
Just like as Kyle was saying, that these people are out here in the street and it's my job to stop them with this AR-15. That's not his job.
And could he have, could he have stopped them by shooting everybody who was doing shit wrong?
Maybe. He
could have, but he didn't. Which goes to his intention. Which goes to just to bolster my point even more. If that was his intention to kill people, he could have been doing it. Him and his crew of people that were out there. Why would a group of people, because he wasn't just by himself, why would a whole group of people come out there with that intention and not do anything with it and not do that thing? If that was what people are saying is his intention. The fact that he's out there and the fact that he had a gun does not mean that he was there to kill people.
Right. Like
he was there to defend property, and yes, to defend himself and his team, his friends, or whoever the hell else he was out there with.
Right,
Point is, if
job.
You don't try to chase down the gunman, you don't get shot. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and that part is so true. But the thing about it is, He's the only one trying to claim self-defense.
He was defending himself.
Right, but
He don't have to. They did not even attempt to execute a citizen's arrest. They just thought they gonna snatch a motherfucker up. You ain't doing that. This is not that type of world. People don't do that. And the fact that they were trying to hit him, hurt him, harm him, you don't get to do that. If you're making a citizen's arrest, you stop the citizen and you tell that citizen he is under citizen's arrest. Once you start wrestling, tussling, fisticuffs with that person, that's a one-on-one battle for your life, period. It's not for him to try to interpret, well, I wonder what he really mean when he's swinging his skateboard at my head. That's not for him to decide. A dude swinging a skateboard at your head, is that the proper way to arrest a citizen? No, he could have hurt that dude. He could have given him a concussion. He could have killed him with that skateboard. You don't get the right to do that. You don't have the right to do that. You want to subdue somebody and you want to be a citizen and make a citizen's arrest, then you damn sure better have some handcuffs or some zip ties in order to detain them, and you damn sure better be able to actually place that person under arrest. If you don't, sit the fuck down, move the fuck out of the way, and call the police.
Okay, like if you don't have a driver's license and you go out and a drunk driver hits you with a car, hits your car with another car, do you think the insurance is going to pay for that?
Am I in the car? You said if I don't have a driver's license.
If you do not own a driver's license or your driver's license had been revoked, and then you go out driving, and then a drunk driver hits your car with his car, even though he's drunk.
Okay.
Do you think the insurance is going to pay for that?
I don't know if the insurance is going to pay for, you're saying for whose car? For the person who was drinking or the person who didn't have a driver's license or had their driver's license revoked?
Yeah, you don't have a driver's license, but you go out and drive your car anyway. Let's say that you're going to the club or somewhere. Let's say you're going to work with your car, and then a drunk driver comes and hits your car. That guy's drunk. Even though that guy's drunk, the insurance is not going to pay. Neither his insurance nor your insurance is going to pay for the damage to your car if you was out there driving without a driver's license.
Right.
Even though that person was clearly drunk and clearly at fault.
Right.
You're not going to get compensated for that.
Right. And you saying the insurance won't pay. However, the insurance company is a private entity. It is not bound by the Constitution, sir. It is not a law for an insurance company to pay. So if they do or if they don't, because the insurance company could actually pay if they choose to, it's left up to them. There's no law that says the insurance company can't cover that damaged vehicle or whatever the case may be. There's no law that says that. But it's their prerogative to terminate the insurance, to terminate the claim, and to not pay the claim at all. However, I guarantee you that both of them motherfuckers can go to jail. Both of them can receive tickets because they've broken the law. You're trying to take an insurance company, which is a private entity, and you're trying to compare it to the government and our Constitution and the laws within that state. Can't do both.
Now, let's take it to the step before that one then.
No, hold on. Now, to take it back to say, hey, if these people who are both committing a crime by violating the curfew, that's why I said they cancel each other out. Because what can you do? You could take both of them with a misdemeanor crime of violating curfew. It could still happen. It's not a point of contention. That's why I don't know why we're even trying to compare that part, because you could still be held accountable for doing that. The problem is where it comes into self-defense, because the murder has been committed. Self-defense or first-degree murder. That's determined by what? Their intent in what they were doing. He was fleeing. There is no intent of first-degree murder if you are fleeing, sir. There isn't one. There is no scenario. There is no what ifs that you can put on a person who is fleeing. I'm running away because I don't believe that Wisconsin is a stand your ground state. I'm not sure if it is or if it isn't. But if it is, then he had even more right to stand there and shoot the shit out of them. He could have took position and laid their ass down. Go ahead.
Here's what some of the alt-right groups teach in North Carolina. We have a lot more freedom with gun rights here than they have in Chicago and a lot of other places. They teach you to egg on people so they will chase you. If you will, so you will do something to them. So you're getting caught. You done pissed this person off, and now they're chasing you. So if you're gonna kill that person, then you can go ahead and you can turn around and kill them. Cal's parents are in law enforcement. I think his mother or father was a judge. The other one was working in the DA's office, something like that, something around that area. I don't remember quite what it was, but this is what those groups teach here in North Carolina. They teach racist groups or racist people to join the police force, because when they kill people, then they can get away with it. When they assassinate people, they can get away with it. So they teach the smart thing to do is don't go out here and wearing Klan and all this skinhead, all these tattoos and stuff. Don't do it that way. You go join a government agency, and that's how you get this stuff done. You go, if you're gonna kill this person that you got in an argument first, you go get that person to go and chase you so you can claim self-defense. They are taught these methods here in this state, and I'm pretty sure all around the world, especially all around the United States, they are taught these techniques. So it'll be easy for Cal to get that guy to chase him, and then he can turn around and shoot him with a gun.
Okay, so I have one question to that.
Go ahead.
Why did you make all of that up? Because none of that can be substantiated or proven to be fact. You literally just made all of that up. You just created all of that, because I could turn right around and say something that is made up as well and could counteract everything you just said. So I'm just curious, because I'm not going to even debate that. I'm just curious to say, why would you make that up? I'm more curious about the thought process behind that to try to prove your point. I'm going to pull something that I cannot prove at all, and I'm just going to say this shit just because it can make my point potentially sound like there's some type of sense to it. Why would you do that?
Come here to North Carolina, and I'll show it to you firsthand.
That's not what I asked you. I just asked you, why would you make that up? I could tell you, I could sit here. Here's the same thing that I could say. That's just what you said. You know, in Chicago, people don't really know this, but the entire city is ran by Oompa Loompas. Oompa Loompas have taken over the city. They all live and work underground, and they're the ones controlling the entire infrastructure of the city. They're in charge of the internet. They're in charge of the infrastructure as far as the lighting grids, the electric, the gas, and all of that. And what they do is at certain times of the day or certain times of the week, they actually turn those resources off in communities so that they can go without. And the black people are the ones that suffer from that the most. The Oompa Loompas are actually turning off power. They're turning off people's cable and internet to where they can't call the police. I've even known of Oompa Loompas going and shutting down the sales tower so they can't call the people for help. So it's like they turn off the gas, but they can't call the gas company because the Oompa Loompas then turned off all of the phones and the internets.
Okay, let me say it this way. Using your own scenario that you used tonight.
What do you say to that? You can come to Chicago and I can show you where the Oompa Loompas are.
Right. Let me just use a scenario since you don't.
No. I need you to answer that. Do you believe what I just said about the Oompa Loompas running the city, and that's why shit is so fucked up in Chicago?
I don't know. I hadn't seen them.
Okay. All right. But can we say that that's what it is? I just told you what's happening. Can we agree that that's what's happening?
The thing is, you made something up and I didn't.
How is that? You don't know. Wait a minute. You don't live in Chicago, bro.
I'm telling you what's going on here.
I'm telling you what's going on here in Chicago, bro. You don't live there. You ain't never been there. You ain't been underground in the sewer system. I done seen these Oompa Loompas, man. What are you talking about?
I can't deny or confirm what you were saying.
Exactly. But my thing is, do you believe it?
I can confirm what I'm saying.
Do you believe what I just said?
I don't believe it, or I don't disbelieve it.
Oh, so now
I
you
don't have
go,
any
so
opinion on it.
you just gonna not acknowledge Willy Wonka and his Oompa Loompas? You gonna just not act like that didn't exist? You saw the movie, didn't you?
Yeah, I love the Chocolate Factory.
Okay, so you know that Oompa Loompas exist. I'm telling you that they the ones that's fucking up the city. Do you not believe that? I just told you.
That's a fairy tale. That's a
How you gonna say it's a fairy tale? I have seen them.
okay.
I
Let
can
me just
show them to you.
Okay, let me tell you how the people think here. Using your own scenario that you used earlier tonight, you said that these guys.
Hold on, man. You ain't gonna get past me and my Oompa Loompas, nigga. You gotta tell me if you believe me or not.
If that's what you said going on, I have no reason to disbelieve you if that's what you said going on. I don't know what you call your friends or the people around you. You can call them Oompa Loompas.
No, I'm not talking about my friends because I don't know these little motherfuckers. They my enemy. I'm talking about the real Oompa Loompas have taken over the city, and that's what they're doing in Chicago. And I'm just telling you so that you can believe what's really happening in Chicago. It ain't all this other bullshit that the media's trying to put out there. It's these motherfucking Oompa Loompas and Willy Wonka himself that is fucking up my city. I just want to let you know, and you just acting like you don't want to believe me.
I'll say show it to me.
Okay,
I'm willing to show you what I'm talking about.
Okay, wait. You saying show you like I got to give you footage, or I just have to show you factual proof?
You can meet me. I'll come to Chicago or wherever, and you show it to me.
Okay,
like
so until then, do you believe it?
I would have trouble believing that.
All right, just like I got trouble believing the shit that you're saying because there's no evidence, sir. You have no factual evidence. You cannot prove this. And that's why I said, why would you say it? Because just like you said that it's happening, it's like 2 or 3 people in the chat that live in North Carolina that are, in North Carolina that are saying, nah, bruh, you lying, bruh. That shit ain't true, bruh. So
well, if
therefore, if you don't have facts and if you cannot prove it, all you're doing is speculating and going off of your feelings. Because if something like that was true and actual racist Klansmen was being recruited into the police department, then the only way you could stop it, sir, is for more black people to get into the academy with the same criteria. Ain't nobody getting turned down from being the police in today's world. So why would you not combat that? Like I've said to you several times before, you should be on the police force, sir, showing everyone how to do it right, standing up for justice, and doing the right thing every day in your own community and city.
Okay, but like I said, I'm going to use your own scenario that you used earlier tonight to explain what I'm talking about. Okay, you said you lived on the corner, and these guys just come out front, smoke their blunts, and throw stuff in your yard. So you would come out there with your gun. So if this was the scenario I'm talking about in North Carolina, then those guys would be out there, and they all would have guns. And then when you come out there with your guns, they fear for their life, and they will shoot you down right in the street. That's the kind of scenario that I'm talking about. Because now you're coming outside with a gun.
But
none
wait,
of them have shown a gun.
But wait, that could happen. And if they shot me and got arrested, and there was no evidence, which is why 80% of the violent crimes in Chicago go unsolved, if they shot and killed me on my front porch, and they went to jail, and they told the police, man, that dude came outside cussing and shit, and he pointed a gun at me, so I returned fire. You know what they would call that? Right. They would call that self-defense, sir.
Okay.
That's what they would do. The reason why I went out and I had my gun in my hand was because I went out there in case they tried to do the same thing. Right. That's exactly why I did what I did. Because I understand, because I understand the situation that I'm in. I'm not going to give another motherfucker a chance who I think is a bad guy to come and have a chance to hurt me. That's why the people who were going to arrest Kyle, they should have fucking shot him down and then told the story and argued back and forth, as opposed to, I'm going to wrestle the gun from him and put a judo chop on his arm and take the gun from him. That's what I'm going to do. That's dumb shit. Because you're not judge and jury and you are not a police officer. You have no authority besides a citizen's arrest to stop this motherfucker. That's my point. So you're trying to use my scenario, me going outside telling somebody to move the fuck along?
Right.
in front of my house,
Right.
that's way different between me chasing that car down, telling them, why you leave that Hennessy bottle in my yard? Why you do that? They would shoot my black ass.
Like
That's
I said,
my point.
Now those people that's in front of your yard have a self-defense claim. You come walking out to protect your property, or you come walking out and they say you have a gun, and you just said yourself, now they have a self-defense claim. So when I tell you that people here find a way to get people to come out or do something to have a self-defense charge, you just explained exactly what I was talking about. They bait people into doing stuff so they'll have a self-defense claim. People like
Hey,
Cal,
okay, whoa. If that's true, who's the dumb motherfucker? The people that are being baited and don't know the law? Or the people that's doing the baiting? If you're stupid enough to chase a person with a gun, you deserve to get shot. That's all I'm saying. Just like the guy who called in earlier who fought two people with guns. He took a fucking chance with his life. Fortunate enough for him, he won. Had he lost, hey man, that's all I'm saying. You're making this complicated, and I know that we're coming up on our time. Where my time at? It's almost time to end, but I'm just telling you, you have to look at not what the part you want to, you have to look at the legal parts of this. They pursued him, and you try to compare that to me standing in front of my own house, protecting my house from my porch. I didn't chase a car. I didn't chase the people, because if those guys would have thrown their liquor bottles and their weed into, I mean, not their weed, but their tobacco leaf in my yard, they've actually committed a crime, sir.
you said yourself that they would have a self-defense claim if they had shot you.
If I died, they would have a self-defense claim. But my point is, if they've committed a crime and then they're driving off and I begin to chase down that vehicle to try to stop them and I hit their car, I have now committed a crime. If I hit their car, that's a crime in Chicago. There was a homeless man who got shot and killed because he hit a motherfucker's car with his hands and that guy shot his ass down. So if I was to do that and tell them, you stop motherfuckers, I'm calling the police and I'm going to have them come and arrest y'all for dumping your Hennessy bottle in my yard.
Let me ask you this.
Hold on. If I do
you got me
that,
on the timer, though.
If I do that, I know your time is about up. You've had ample time to make your point, but you didn't. But if I do that and we get into an altercation and I shoot them or they shoot me, then now the question is going to be, well, what happened? Who's ever alive? Obviously, they survived, but those people, if they killed me, they would say, hey, man, the guy was chasing me down and started hitting my car and he had a gun. He tried to hit me. What am I supposed to do? Defend myself.
So now, what if the last guy had taken and shot and killed Kyle? Do you think he should have a self-defense claim and be let off with it, or do you think he should be arrested and sent to prison?
If he would have taken his gun and been like, stop, Kyle, and then Kyle would have turned that gun to shoot him, then he could have said, hey, I was trying to make a citizen's arrest. I saw this guy shoot a guy. He raised his gun up at me and I shot him. He would have said, he would have claimed self-defense. However, the question would have been, sir, you are a convicted felon. Why do you have a gun in the first fucking place?
Right, just like there's a curfew. Why are you out here in the first place?
He tried.
But even
hold on. Let me just say this. And if that occurred, it would be self-defense. But he's running away. So that's the point. If that guy was saying, hey, man, I was running away and this guy chased me down. If you get into a gunfight, that matters to say, well, what were you doing? Just like with Trayvon Martin. Trayvon Martin should have ran from that white boy with a gun. Because he didn't know the white boy had a gun until it was too late. But he called himself whooping this white boy's ass. After he made it back, he gonna come back out and fuck him up. You didn't realize what this guy could have had and what he could have done. You just saw a fat white boy and you thought you could whoop his ass. The motherfucker should have just gotten away and stayed in the house. That's it. That's our problem. People don't know how to stop fucking with people.
Right. And if Kyle had stayed home where he belonged, he would have never had a reason for self-defense.
And if Rosenbaum would have stayed home, he would have never had gotten shot.
Right.
And if the other two people would have stayed home or went home when the police told them to, they would have never got shot. If it was a fifth, we'd be past drunk by now. That is what you call a moot point, sir. It's a moot point. It don't matter compared to the crime that was committed.
The point is that they're not claiming self-defense and he is.
Okay, well, check this out. What if Kyle said, I was on my way home and this guy started Rosenbaum, started fucking with me. Then after I shot him, I was still trying to get home to actually abide by the curfew law. But then these other two guys, they started to chase me down with skateboards and a gun. Then what?
Then he had every right to self-defense.
That's what he was doing then. So there he go. He's free.
Oh, all right.
That's it. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. That's what he was doing. These are fucking crazy. You gotta love it. But I'm glad my timer worked out for me this time. That's good. All right, I'm gonna bring in Mr. Friedman. Go ahead, sir.
Man, what it do?
What's happening?
Not a lot, man. Hey, it's a crazy world out here, man.
Yes, sir, it is. So what are your thoughts on the Rittenhouse trial? What do you think?
Well, from day one, I was like, well, you know, it was just a crazy time. All right, so I kind of realized how much, I guess, on the ground footage, not just on the ground footage, man, but just there was so much going on last year. And you could actually see what was going on behind the scenes of what they were just showing you on the media. So I had caught, you know, the whole footage of these big things that was going on, like the George Floyd footage, right? Mm-hmm. You see the whole thing, you know, you can always see the whole thing. So I started just kind of paying attention to that. And just like with the whole Rittenhouse story. And it's pretty much clear as day. Like, you see the clips of him, you know, putting out the fire. And I guess that just really infuriated that mob, right? You know what I mean? And
yep.
They hunted him down. Like, I mean, I'm watching the footage and I'm like, this looks like a movie. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
And like hunting this dude down. Like,
I've been trying not to even get into the real particulars and the minute details about it. I'm just trying to look at it from a not necessarily a 50,000 foot view, but like maybe about a 20,000 foot view. Hey, just looking at that incident of you having a person and you pursuing that person to what end? And this is my thing as to what people don't understand. To what end are you going to follow him? You gonna follow him all the way home? You going what are you going to do? Are you prepared to make a citizen's arrest? Most people are not. So why would you try to do that? And I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt, just like I'm giving Kyle the benefit of the doubt, and just looking at it from what I'm seeing. Guy shoots a person and is then running away. Why am I going to be the one to chase him?
Right.
Why would I chase him? In my civil duty, okay, I'm supposed to do it because it's the right thing to do, damn it. All right. Once I catch him, then what I'm going to do?
Then what? Right.
Beat his ass?
Beat his ass, yeah.
That's the plan?
They was going to whip his ass.
And that's my thing.
Listen, listen. And I don't know why it's so hard. We have just willful ignorance just flying around like COVID. I mean, bro, like, we've seen the evidence of this shit before. We didn't see them, you know, beat people in the street while they're doing their little protests just the week before. You know what I mean? Like, so, yeah.
Exactly.
Like, we didn't see all this stuff go on. I don't know, man. All this stuff is, I don't know, bro. It's pretty obvious, like, what happened. I don't know what there is to really be.
It's a thing. It's bro. Here's what it is.
I don't.
It's the liberal. Like, it's the liberal. It's the liberal mindset that truly believes you need to do what I say that you can and can't do. You need to listen to me. They truly believe that they're the ones that got it right. And that's okay until truth, facts, and logic come into play. And then once you've been shown that, then now you have to either acknowledge it or double down on stupid. Most of them choose to double down on stupid, which is why Rosenbaum is dead. The other guy, I forgot his name, is dead, and the other guy's fucking arm is shot the fuck up. That's exactly why. Because once they saw, hey man, this guy got a fucking rifle. Right. If I'm a guy with a handgun, let me
go chase him down.
I'm gonna be like, this guy got a fucking rifle. I don't want that fight. I don't. And I think that I'm pretty decent with a handgun. I'm still not trying to get into a fight with another person who has a fucking gun, let alone a fucking rifle, because I can still die and I don't want to.
That shit don't make no sense, man. I mean, there's no you can tell that the prosecution has, like, they don't really got a case, you know what I mean? Like, and that's just falling apart, like just like the old Russiagate didn't have no case.
Yeah. And it's like, and what happened with that? We spent, and that's the thing. We spent millions of dollars trying to impeach a president with no fucking evidence. That fucking impeachment didn't stand a fucking snowball's chance in hell of going through. Just like with Bill Clinton, it didn't. But they still wanted to do it, and the only reason why they were doing it was for political grandstanding. They had an opportunity to put on. It's just like when you see those mini series specials on NBC or something. We got an opportunity to put on this show for 3 days, y'all, and we get everybody watching. That's exactly what they did. And I don't understand why people won't say, well, let's just look at the fucking evidence and then let's see if we have an opportunity to say this person's committed a crime and needs to pay for it. Write that boy a ticket or give him a class, whatever misdemeanor for having a gun, and move the fuck on, because that's the only leg you have to stand on.
Man, I wish I would have got on the phone with you earlier with the dude out, because like he was basically making it seem like Kyle's in the wrong for like wanting to defend, his neighbors.
Yes,
like
but
listen,
that's it.
Listen, hold on, before you go on, man.
Yep.
Listen, this just happened to me like an hour ago. All right, this just happened to me. So I just moved into my my girlfriend's crib, and I'm being quiet because my son's asleep. But yeah, I just moved into my girl's crib in Georgia. Right, I'm from California, black dude, right, and white neighborhood, white family, all this, right. Only been here for about 6 months, right? So I'll go outside to smoke, and I'm looking through my car because I'm looking for a lighter on some hot shit. So the neighbor next door, he's cool, he's met me several times, big white dude, the typical would-be, stereotyped as redneck racist dude if you just see him on a lazy day.
Yeah.
His name's Troy. So Troy comes out. He's, his wife's letting his dogs out, man. And Troy's fiddling around in his garage doing stuff. They're about to move. So he walks up to me. I'm in my car. It's parked on the side of the street. And he says, everything all right. He's got a rifle in his hand. You know what I mean? This just happened. Yep. So, and I'm like, oh, he's like, yeah, I didn't know who this was. Everything good? I was like, yeah, man, I'm just, in my car fiddling around or whatever, rolling my windows up and shit. But, yeah, dude, I wasn't afraid or anything. I didn't, because obviously he knew who I was. He didn't he didn't have it pointed at me. He just had it ready. You know what I mean? He just had it on him. You know what I mean? So, and he was like, yeah, he's like, somebody, I just didn't know who it was. If it was anybody else, I had to set him straight, whatever. Not set him straight in that way, but deal with him, whatever it is.
He wanted to be able. He wanted to be able to not only assess, but to address the threat if need be.
exactly. No, exactly. And I told him, I said, thank you. You know what I mean? I was like, because if somebody was out here, I got my son here, I got my girl's family in here.
Yep.
I would want, like, does Troy not have the right to defend his neighborhood? Does he not have the right to defend his neighbors? Like, don't you want a neighbor like that? You know what I mean? And that's what I'm. And then listen.
That's one of the big differences between.
And what do we lose? Like,
us.
what are we losing in this country, bro? Like, think about that, bro. Like, we're having people that are actually trying to defend, like what they wouldn't hang Kyle Rittenhouse, bro. They wouldn't mind. Some people really wouldn't mind.
But the thing is, but like, hold on, but wait. That's the thing, though. We have such a different idea about community and being neighbors, neighborly, whatever the case may be, however you want to describe it. The difference between us and white folks is that they understand that this is not only my property and my neighborhood, but I have the right to defend it. And we will say all kind of crazy shit about them when they do stuff like that, but yet and still, we'll let the drug dealers, we'll let the gangbangers run up and down our blocks day in and day out with their guns. And all we will do is after somebody's shot and killed, whether they 3 or 33, is just say, "Can y'all please put these guns down?" As opposed to us staying out there and confronting that threat and addressing them niggas saying, "Hey, what the fuck y'all doing? Take that dope dealing shit up the block over to the next block. Y'all ain't doing that shit here." Because if everybody did that, then the shit wouldn't be in your neighborhood. But we like the fuck shit and the disparity and the fucking dismay that comes along with that, which is why we think it's okay. And that's a part of the hood.
Yo, that shit's backwards, bro. That's just ass backwards, man.
Ass backwards.
Ass backwards. Sure is. It don't make no sense. It's it's Marxist thinking, man. I think we've been, I don't know what day it was that we woke up and just decided we didn't like being independent and free anymore. I don't know what day that was.
You know what? I'm gonna tell you what happened. It was the day that men stopped being the head of their household, because men who are in charge of their houses, and I mean in charge of their homes, they defend their homes because they know it's theirs. However, when you got a fucking government assisted free fucking apartment or house or housing complex you're staying in, you tend to think, it ain't yours. When you don't have a fucking gun to defend yourself, you tend to think, oh, well, what can I do? And when it doesn't pertain directly to you, you tend to not give a shit, which is what most black women do in their neighborhood. They don't give a shit until it hits their doorstep. And the only thing they want is for everybody to give them attention and feel sorry for them when it does. Name the last time you seen a single mom. Tell me the last time you heard of a single mother killing a gangbanger or some dope dealers that killed her son. Tell me the last time you seen or heard about in the paper where a single mama retaliated against the niggas who killed her son. Shit ain't never happened. Yeah. You ain't never, all them rappers in Chicago, all them drill rappers that then got killed, ain't not one of them niggas' mamas went and retaliated. The niggas that they kick it with and they roll with will retaliate before the mamas will. Now, ask that question about a man and his son. Let somebody touch mine. You might have got him, but best believe I'm gonna get you. King Von, FBG Duck, all they mamas, they girlfriends ain't did shit, but got on live and cried. Got on live and got their likes up. Started their own stream, their own channel. Talked about where the money that they son had. Where they get into all that fuck shit, but the niggas that they know killed they fucking son, they won't say shit to him, won't do shit to him. Just like Kanika Jenkins' mama. She knew them niggas that was responsible for her baby fucking around drunk, high, or whatever and wandered off into their freezer. She know that they left their ass hanging. She didn't do shit. Go ahead with your last thought.
That's the I don't know, I guess that's the community spirit, huh? But yeah, man, I just wanted to link in. Good show, man. Good show.
Well, thank you, man. I appreciate it. I'm gonna go ahead
Yep.
and try to move through the rest of these couple of people that's here. Hold
All
on, let
right.
me see. Let my boy Jason right back in. I think he had one more thing you want to add or something. What's up, bro? All right. Well, he might be doing something else, so we're gonna go to somebody else. Hold on. Let's go to Brainiac Outcast. Go ahead, sir. You on there?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. Let me get this volume right. There we go. All right, go ahead, sir.
All right, so am I the only one that's having a little trouble get ready for bed? Because tomorrow's the big day. Gage on the stand.
Oh, yeah. So what do you think's gonna happen?
It's going to be a minefield for him, I'm thinking, because the argument that looks like has been made and that is going to win the day, that Kyle acted in self-defense against Gage when he shot him in the arm. Self-defense against what? Are we going to see some charges against that? What? If so, if the DA comes around and if we do see those, Gage better tread real lightly in what he says today, because he's going to be laying some testimony upon himself if he doesn't watch it. But I tell you, I'm going to be watching it. I'm going to be watching every second of this trial tomorrow. It's the big day.
Yeah. So what do you think is going to be the final outcome?
The final outcome for Kyle, I believe on the big charges, I'm expecting to see not guilty. I don't know how, really, the only one I'm in question of is probably the one that's least important, the curfew with the $200 penalty.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. If you were in Kyle's situation, would you have done something different? I mean, aside from curfew and all of that, once you got into that confrontation with Rosenbaum, do you think that the other things that he did that you would have done, or would you have done something different?
Ooh, I would, I hate to say it, but I would have tried not to get myself alone in any kind of way after what he had said. If I catch any one of y'all alone, I'm going to kill you.
Mm-hmm.
And that seems like the last lifeline if they're trying to build this narrative that Kyle's trying to bait people, provoke people, and that if he did go to bait people into attacking him to justify self-defense, that wipes out self-defense.
Yeah.
If he did hear, if I catch one of y'all alone, I'm going to kill you, and he went off alone, that seems like the last line the prosecution has to build that baiting people in narrative. So I would not have let myself get alone with Rosenbaum. Never.
Well, I guess my thing, and I guess my thing with that would be with everybody, and shout out to everybody that's donated too. I'm sorry for those that I missed. Thank you, Shelly. I appreciate it. And my man Jason Gunn hit me up with $25. Thank you, bro. I appreciate it. But my thing would be this. I think that in situations like that, because there was so much chaos going on, there was no real law and order being established there. I think that the shit talking that was going on, like with Rosenbaum talking that shoot me, nigga. I think that shit happening and that being it a part of the whole incident. I think that that's one of those things to where shit gets heated on both sides. And I believe that there was just a lot of back and forth as far as verbal exchange because of what was going on, as far as you have a group of people essentially who are anti-riot and you have a group of people who are simply pro-riot. We trying to tear shit up. We trying to stop y'all from tearing shit up. There's an instant conflict. There's an instant us versus them. And I'm saying me personally, I'm not going to let nobody just talk shit to me like that and not expect and not let them know, hey, I ain't going to just sit back and just let y'all just talk crazy and talk all this shit that y'all been talking, because I'm quite sure that it was a lot of shit talking going on. But the fact that he said what he said, y'all better not let me catch none of y'all by yourself, whatever the case may be. Hearing that from somebody, number one, if I believe that his intention is to catch one of us alone, that's the last thing I'm gonna do. If I think that he is not writing, not selling wolf tickets, as we say in the Chi, if I think that he is going to deliver on the promise with the threat that he made, I'm not gonna be alone with him. I'm not gonna even pursue him in any shape, form, or fashion. The last person I want to have conflict with is the person with the gun when I don't have one. Rosenbaum. Part two, the last person I want to be alone with or have conflict with, and I'm a person who has a gun, and it's only a handgun, and he has a rifle, I don't want that smoke. The person who had the skateboard, Skeeter Mills' cousin, I don't want that smoke. Skateboard and rifle, handgun and rifle, talking shit and rifle, none of those beat rifle. So I wouldn't want any parts of it. And I don't understand, even if you did want to bring that into play and say he meant to do that, well, why in the fuck would y'all even follow the guy who has the gun? I'm not going to talk to Jason with a fucking machete and a ski mask on and tell him, hey man, you can't do that. These people are up here at this camp on their own dime and they paid to be here and they earned the right to be here. I'm not doing it.
You know, thanks for having me on. I got nothing else to mention. Looking
All
forward
right.
till tomorrow.
All right, man. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, sir. Go ahead, citizen man. It's on
Brian,
you, Doc.
what's up?
What's happening,
Not
Captain?
much.
How you doing, sir?
I'm doing well.
Good.
To answer your question, should Rittenhouse be on trial? I say absolutely not. But the reason I'm about to give is going to be a little different than everybody else's.
Okay.
He shouldn't be on trial because he should have never turned himself in. He wasn't identified until he turned himself in. So even with all the videos, nobody knew who he was. So had he done what he did and dipped back to where did he come from? Wisconsin?
Well,
No,
he came from Antioch, Illinois, I believe. I think that's where he came from and drove up there. You said he should have just drove his ass right on back to the crib and called it a night.
Hell yeah. You worked as a police, didn't you? You worked in policing before. Now, who knows how corrupt the court systems are better than the cops? Isn't that what Chicago police going through right now? Arresting the criminals and the crooked DAs let them right back out again?
And I would say this, to your point, there's only so many police or law enforcement resources that you could have put towards that situation at that time. So I will admit that part. It is possible that could have just been an unsolved crime that occurred, but I'm not sure. I can't 100% say that because I think that him thinking about that, I'm sure the thought might have crossed his mind. But
here's what makes me say that though. When you go back and you watch the video from the time the shooting happened, when he shot the dude's arm, the arm meat off the dude, and he got up and started running towards the police. He did not go that far to get to those cops, which means those cops were straight ahead up the street and saw the whole thing.
Right.
So if he was worth arresting, they would have arrested him there, but they did not. They told him to get out the way.
Right.
Which means, to me, that tells me that they saw what happened. They knew how crooked the DA was, and they knew they were going to try to bury this kid if they took him into custody. So they gave him a chance to get away, but he was being too much of a goody two-shoes. He didn't have that street mentality. And he turned himself in and offered himself up to the crooked DAs, and now they're trying to throw him under the bus.
I would say
what do you think about that?
Well, I would say this. I don't 100% believe had he just left and wouldn't have said shit, that he would have just got off. I will say, though, had he let himself get found by them and get arrested by them and then went, I think that this would not have had as much attention on it as it did. And I think that eventually they would have just moved on to something else. And by the time they did catch up to him and they looked at that footage, they'd be like, oh, fuck it. It's fuck it. It's fucking,
An engaged fella
nothing we can
that's
do.
supposed to.
It's a lot of, it's too, I think they would have said it's too much red tape involved to actually do this, because it's not really a big nationwide thing. Let's go and let's focus on something else as opposed to this. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but it ain't no black and white thing involved, and we could have just moved on. I do think that would have happened. I still think at some point he probably would have got caught, because you had 2 people dead and 1 person severely injured. I think that they would have eventually caught him, but I don't think, had he not turned himself in when he did, I don't think that it would have gotten him much attention, and it probably wouldn't be a trial. I would go halvesies on you and say that.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Now, about the 3 fellas that he shot, all 3 of them were convicted felons. Rosenberg actually raped 2 little boys that he was staying with a friend. So literally, he died doing what he loved, chasing
little boys.
Mr. Skateboard fella, Skeeter Mills' cousin, as you call him.
Yeah.
I think he was convicted for assault and battery on a woman, on a female, for choking a female. And
well, that could have been,
Army,
that's tomato. That could have been well warranted.
Yeah. And Mr. Army, he was actually a convicted burglar and had a felony on his record. So the fact that they're even bringing him into court after he was seen with a gun in his hand as a witness and not in a jumpsuit is kind of weird to me, and it tells me which side this court system leans on, because he should have been arrested.
And see, and the thing is this is why I believe in what I said to what you were saying before. They would have looked at all of that, and with it not being the national spotlight being on that shooting, if, like I said, if he would have just let the police find him, I think they would have looked at all that and been like, shit, how the fuck are we going to try to, prosecute this with these 3 motherfuckers that are just like, they got really fucking checkered passes, if you will.
Honestly,
how can we do that? Yeah, I think they would have left it and swept that shit under the rug.
I don't even think they would have went that far. I think they would have just acted like they were looking for him and be like, we can't find him.
Yeah, I think they would have let bygones be bygones with that one. And even if they did catch him, I think that they would have just said, look, we're going to give you a misdemeanor charge for not having a gun, put you on probation for a year, whatever the case may be, done. And I think we wouldn't even be where we're at now. Yeah.
The only way they would have caught him is if they would have crossed state lines. And in cases like that,
in all due diligence of police work, they would have eventually found him, because one of the things that was said about it is that he did frequent that area. He got friends there and all that kind of stuff. So he did. It wasn't like he was just totally, ignorant to that area, never been there before, nothing like that. No, he fucked around up there quite a bit, because he was only, 15, 20 minutes away from that area. So he had friends there. He visited there quite often. So it wasn't a thing to where he was just totally, an alien.
If he was like 2-3 hours away, it would have worked.
Right, exactly. Now, if he was living down on the far south side of Chicago, then hell no, I ain't going back up there. I'm good. Don't nobody know me. You're right. That's why I said eventually the police, because it's a smaller town, the police eventually would have, caught up with them. But like I said, because he turned himself in, that brought more attention to it. And had he not and just let them catch up with him, they'd probably be like, man, fuck this shit. We ain't about to go. We don't want this smoke. Yeah, there's some kind of a case here, but I don't think it's a solid case enough that we can get a conviction. Fuck that. Yeah. Let's not do it.
Yeah. Hey, man, you talk about the Ahmaud Arbery case at all?
I did. I think I did 1 or 2 shows about Ahmaud Arbery.
Did you know the judge actually removed the black jurors and kept all but one black juror?
Why?
From the jury? Well, I think that's a good thing if they want to get a conviction. And that's because of the racial bias and the media propaganda and everything. If it was an all-black jury or majority black jury, and they convicted the McMichaels could then appeal that case on grounds of a tainted jury because, you know, the media made it all about black and white. So now the black people on the jury will be biased towards him, and he could claim tainted jury and get, you know, either get a retrial or get an overturned conviction. So I think the judge made a smart decision, because now if a bunch of white people convict the white men, they can't claim media bias, they can't claim racial bias.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But we got to wait and see how that plays out.
I really think that just with the way that, I think the biggest problem with this, with the Ahmaud Arbery case, I think the problem with it is that, number one, because it was so, I think it was so publicized. I think that's one of the drawbacks of it. But the fact that this dude grabbed that gun, I think people don't know the law and they don't understand the law.
Yeah, he shouldn't have did that.
He shouldn't have done that. He should not have done that. It's like, if you don't have a gun and you don't have the upper hand, I mean, if you ain't Steven Seagal in his prime or some shit, or Jet Li or some shit in his prime, it's like, even if it does go south, know that once you grab that gun, you are in an equal fight for your life. It is my right, and I can legally have a gun. I can hold it, I can have it out until I point it at you. That's where crimes are starting to be laws are starting to be broken and crimes are being committed. The minute you grab it,
or if I just brandish it and falsely imprison you, like
right,
your
exactly. Yes, yes,
something
that's
like that.
true. But the minute we start tussling for it, fighting for it, it ain't no, he shouldn't have bought it outside. No, that all bets are off. You are now, ding, ding, fight. You're in a fight for your life.
That's what I was trying to explain to people, man. I was trying to explain to people that was getting upset about it, because I was saying, look, up until the point Ahmaud Arbery grabbed that gun, both the McMichaels and Arbery were not in violation of any laws. Although Ahmaud Arbery's actions were suspicious, it wasn't determined that he broken any laws. But when she was running a diverted course and ran towards Travis McMichael and grabbed the gun that belonged and was possessed by Travis McMichael, now he opened the door for himself to be shot.
Yep.
And he created a self-defense situation that didn't have to be.
Yep.
Because had he kept running straight and they shot him, or had he been, running in a different direction and they shot him,
he should have got shot. He should have got shot in the back like J-Rock did when he stole Old Man Willie Manchester's radio. That's what should have happened to him. If you wanted to be, well, damn, he didn't do anything. He was just walking. He was walking around at a house or whatever the fuck he was doing, I guess. But the fact is, anything that we're going to talk about the house situation, he was walking, he was just checking out the construction because he liked the architecture. Whatever you want to call it, it was still suspicious enough to where somebody wanted to investigate. And not only one, but 3 people did. That's the point. You got to look at the whole picture and say, well, man, it ain't about just because he black, that's why they did that. It's the fact that they wanted to see what the fuck this motherfucker was doing, and they had every right to. And unless you got a gun, ain't no point in you going up against a motherfucker with a gun and hoping for the best.
Right. And I think that's probably why he was brandishing the gun, to get him to stop, because he knew he didn't have a gun.
Absolutely.
That's why.
Absolutely.
But what did they arrest the cameraman for, the third guy? What did he get charged with? He wasn't even involved in the situation.
I think he was a party to it because he tried to, I guess they arrested him because there was a part that he played. I can't remember all the details of, but he did something.
Like he tried to block him with the car or something like that?
Yeah, I think he did something when he was following him or chasing after him or something. And I think he had a gun too at some point. And they got him involved. That's how he got involved in it, because after he realized that he did some shit too, that's when he came out with the video to try to absolve himself. And they was like, nah, nigga, you in this shit too. Come on and get become a part of this trial or whatever. So I can't remember what he did. I'd have to go back and look at it, but I definitely got videos on it on my channel. So if you want to go back and check that out, definitely.
Last question, man. I'm gonna let you go. I know it's been a while since I've been on here. How do you think the Rittenhouse case is going to turn out, and how do you think the Arbery case is going to turn out in terms of guilty, not guilty? What do you think?
I believe that Rittenhouse is going to get off. I think he's going to get a not guilty verdict. I agree. I think that the prosecution, the reason why they did what they did was to satisfy politicians and the whole political aspect of it, which is why they did first degree murder instead of second degree, which is why they did first degree murder instead of manslaughter. They did first degree because you have to prove so much with that. You got to prove the what do you call it? The mens rea, the mental state. He got to have the motive to say that's what he intended to do. He thought about killing people
essentially
and set out to go kill people, essentially. And I believe that they did that in a
they overcharged them deliberately so they can get the acquittal. They did the same thing with Zimmerman. Yep. Mm-hmm.
So I think that's what's going to happen there for Arbery. I believe that it's gonna. I think he can go either way. Because
that one's a little harder to put.
I would, if I had to choose though, I would say probably not guilty because of the tussle and the argument, and I mean not the argument, but the actual fight for the gun. I believe that that's his strongest case of him saying I shot him because I thought he was going to shoot me. Yes, I.
Yeah, I mean, what was he gonna do once he got that gun away from him?
Right. Exactly. So it's like, man, at that point, once he grabbed that gun, he was in a fight for his life and he defended himself. He won. He won the toss, if you will. So it's like if it went the other way and he'd have shot him, he would have said the same thing. The dude had a gun on me. He was trying to stop me from going. He was trying to detain me, whatever the case may be. And so we got to tussling for the gun. And I thought he would shoot me if I didn't get this gun from him. So I got it from him and I shot him trying to stop him.
Thanks. That's a good point, man.
Yes, sir.
All right, Brian, I appreciate you having me on, brother.
All right, thank you, bro. Appreciate it. Have a good one.
Peace.
Later. All right, we're going to bring my man Jason back real quick, and then we're going to get you on up out of here.
Yeah, Brian. Now I'm sorry. I got 3D printer going. I couldn't. Anyway, there was questions in the comment section, and I just wanted to clear something up right quick. Yes, constitutional law will override state law if he's being prosecuted by the government. I believe that this young man is being prosecuted by the state. So the government has nothing to do with what the state does to this character.
Well, wait. What government law are they saying what constitutional law is saying, are people saying that was broken?
Well, constitutional law states that, and I'll read it to you because I Googled it because the person that said it didn't want to give me the information. So I Googled it. So it says the militia of the United States consists of able-bodied males at least 17 years of age and except as provided in section 313 of Title 32, under 45 years of age who are or who have made a declaration of intention to become a citizen of the United States and of a female citizen of the United States. That pertains to National Guards.
Yes, that's militia. Guard. Yes, that has nothing to do with Kyle. That doesn't even apply to Kyle's situation. So I don't know why they would think that.
Well, this is the confusion that people don't understand constitutional law. They just want to blab out what they think is right. He's being charged by the state. Second thing is this: as I was listening in, I understand that he was 17. Well, in the state in which he was in, it was illegal for him to carry a weapon. No, nobody knew this but him. Okay, I don't care what came out of court. When the guy shot the guy, nobody knew he was 17. So himself, he knew himself it was illegal for him to carry a weapon and cross state lines.
Yeah, but wait, Jason, there's still some nuances with him being 17 and having that gun, because there's the nuance of that gun being a long barrel rifle,
right? Being a rifle. You're correct.
Yes, Brian. If he could potentially have it, so it's a lot of nuances with that.
No, wait a minute, Brian. I'm sorry. In that state, he can't have a weapon.
Hang tight, because
I googled it. He has to be 18 to have a long.
But it says something. It's saying something about a shotgun. And it's like if you can't have like a shotgun or a short barrel rifle or something like that. But but you can have a long gun. And I think that law is like pertaining to like hunting. So like if I want, because if I'm in Wisconsin, I want to take my son out hunting, could he have a 20 gauge shotgun? I believe he can. I could buy my son a 20 gauge shotgun for hunting purposes or whatever like that, for his birthday or whatever the case may be. So I'm not sure that I was looking at it, but I didn't actually find it. But go ahead.
This is what the law says. Under Wisconsin statutes, anyone under 18 who goes armed with any deadly weapon is guilty of a Class A misdemeanor.
Right.
So basically, I understand the situation. Don't get me wrong. He knew he broke the law. So that was him that he knew he broke the law. What they can get him with is a misdemeanor.
That would be
a Class A misdemeanor. Now, as far as him killing someone, that would I to be honest with you, Brian, he wasn't supposed to have a gun. It's like a criminal with a gun out of jail. So he wasn't supposed to have the gun. I believe that he's probably going to get hit for that. And I don't think he's going to get hit with first degree. And the reason why they charge him with first degree is y'all black people don't understand this. See, this is how the court system gets over. This is why the white man runs this country, and you better recognize it. They charge him with first degree, and they won't be able to prove first degree. They can probably prove second or third degree or manslaughter, but they won't prove first degree.
Right. See, that's it. Here it goes.
Yeah.
Here we go. So the crime that he committed is not that he can't have a gun. He cannot open carry a gun under the age of 18. You got to be 18 and up to open carry that rifle. Yeah. So like if he was going hunting or something like that, that's why they would say he shouldn't have even had the gun. He cannot open carry with that rifle until he is 18 years old. That's what the difference is. That's I was reading it last night, but it was late and I didn't really get all of the gist about it because I looked it up in anticipation of doing the show, but everything else happened. But that's what it was. He can't open carry with that rifle until he's 18, but he could actually have that rifle up there and use it to go shooting at the range or whatever and go hunting and all that kind of stuff. But he can't open carry. That's what it was.
And in which he was. Remember, we talked about this a while back, and I remember it was your show or Tommy's show. But now, not only do you have to abide by the state laws, but now you have to abide by the city laws, the township laws, and everything else that has to come in to play, which the state actually governs that. The government is not prosecuting this kid.
Yeah.
So the government, what he did, he has a constitutional right in a sense, but he has the government's not prosecuting him. The state is. So let's get off of that and thinking that he's not guilty because he has a constitutional right. Read the freaking law and understand it, or go hire a lawyer so a lawyer can explain this to you. People can't blab out state law versus constitutional law and think that constitutional law is going to override state law when the person's not being charged by the government.
Yeah,
the government's not going to step in.
Hold on 1 second. Joe Schmo, just like you didn't announce your arrival, you don't need to announce your departure. Just leave. That's all you need to do. But I had an important question in here that I want to address. John Costello says, so you say open carry, can a 17-year-old conceal carry? I'm just curious about the semantics. No. If you can't open carry, you damn sure can't conceal carry. So that's why that legal age. The reason why they have that law, it's strictly for hunting purposes. So can I, being a dad, take my 14-year-old son, my 12-year-old son, can we go out every year in the woods and forests of Wisconsin and get ourselves a buck? Absolutely, we can. Yes, we can go do that. I get my hunting license, I get my shotgun, my son gets his, and we go out and we can hang out in the forest for 2-3 days, and we get us a 4.6 6.8 point buck, great. That's what that's for. As far as you carrying a firearm in the state for self-defense purposes and all that kind of stuff, then you are not allowed to do that like we do until you're 18 years old. That's essentially what that law is pretty. That's what they're getting at as far as the interpretation of that law. So that's why when people were saying both in the other show, I was like, I need to get the full definition of that, and I looked it up. But like I said, I just didn't remember it. That's why I was able to find it here pretty quickly. That's what it is.
It's like marijuana, okay? I'm gonna give y'all a quick class, okay? If you're on any kind of a parkway in the United States, that is a government road. If you're on a state highway in the United States, that is a state road. Versus the state controls that road, the government controls the parkway. If I have a used, what do they call a personal use amount of marijuana, and I get caught on a state parkway in a state where they allow me to smoke weed with or without a medical card, I'm okay.
Good to go.
In that state, if I get on a parkway and I get caught and I got weed, I can be prosecuted.
Yep.
By the government.
Just like here's an even simpler explanation of it. Federal mandate with mask. In the state of Texas,
right,
ain't no mandate. However, when you take your punk ass to the airport, you better put that motherfucking mask on because that's federal property. It's that cut and dry. Even though Love Field is in Dallas, Texas, it's still federal property. Therefore, it is held under federal jurisdiction. So that means as soon as I step off that motherfucking property or outside, whoop, whoop, I can take my mask off. Once I get inside and I go up to that counter to check in, get my bags in, and I go to the flight counter and I get up and I'm about to board, motherfucker, you better put that motherfucking mask on. I'm like, yes, ma'am. I'm going to put it on. That's the difference. So yeah, you gotta always understand where you're at and what jurisdiction you're under. Because just like in Illinois, you can have a rifle in Illinois, but you can't have one in Cook County. You can't have one in Chicago. But if I'm over in what's that other county? Shit, I can't think of it. If I'm in a neighboring county that don't have that law, even though I'm in Illinois, I can have a rifle.
Correct. That's
why you got to know that. Yeah. So good point in that. And I understand why people were talking that city, federal, and state thing, but this is why it's so important. Like when we were talking earlier about the border, this is why it's so important to have state rights separate from government. This is This is why, because if you didn't, the government would be telling everybody what to do. The government, the federal government, is just a foundation for certain shit like civil rights, constitutional rights, and that's where it should end. That's why when people start talking about government mandates, that's why it's such a point of Kane County, DuPage, thank you. That's why it's such an argument, point of contention, because they should not be deciding what all the states do. All they should do is give you the framework. Hey, you should be able to let people say what the fuck they want. You should be able to let people carry guns. That's why, and I wish Donald Trump could have got it done. That's why Donald Trump wanted to have a straight across the board concealed carry permit that went across all states, because that's a part of your constitutional right.
Right. And just 2 points before I go, because I know that this has been going long, but we're talking about law, and law is interesting. There's a reason why they put city limit signs up around. That's a clue.
Yep.
Context clue as well.
Yep.
It's a clue that means that the law is about to change. Once you cross over into the city, the law is about to change. Yep. In North Carolina and several states and out in the county, you can carry a gun in the church. You can carry a gun everywhere. Normally, federal buildings are out
are not out in counties. Not saying that they aren't, and not all.
Yep.
But normally, federal buildings are within the city limits. Normally. So when you go certain places, know the law where you're at.
Yes.
Stop thinking about social justice.
What you feel is right.
Yeah, what this young man did, it was illegal, but it's a misdemeanor.
Yep.
He carried a weapon. That's a misdemeanor. That's what he'll probably be charged with. Now, as far as the murder and all of that's concerned, the courts look at the bad fruit of the tree. The tree was good until it had bad fruit. Once it had bad fruit, then it poisoned everybody. So the tree is guilty of murder. The courts look at things like that. Sometimes
fruit from a poisonous tree.
Yeah. I said it all screwed up. I'm sorry.
No, it's all right, brother. I got you. Yeah.
But thank you for correcting me on that as well, because it's very important that you know and you understand that concept, because that concept can free you, put you in jail, or put you to death. So when people are carrying weapons, they have to be responsible. And they say the responsibility for that state is at 18. Period. There's no constitutional law that's going to allow him to carry a gun. And then somebody said, well, if you're 15 and there's a gun in the house and somebody comes, well, not they said it like this, and your only other choice is a gun. Yes, that can be taken into consideration. You protected yourself with a gun. You can't compare that to someone that went to a state with a gun illegally and then got into a confrontation and didn't use the weapon. You can't compare those two. There are a lot of things that have to be taken into account.
Yeah.
And I get it. I don't know what's going to happen to the young man. Personally, to me, my opinion, he shouldn't have been there. That's just my opinion. He should have never had a weapon in that state, and he should have never been protecting a business that he didn't even know about, or whatever. His friends told him about it, whatever. Let his friends do that. Sometimes you got to know when to say no. You got to know when to back out. It's not a free-for-all in the United States. You go to another country, that's another story, but
here's my thing with that, and thank you, bro. I appreciate it, man. Here's my thing with that. Yes, sir. Here's my thing with that. It's like when you look at what actually took place, would I put my son at 17 years old in that situation? No. I would not. However, if it was something for me to do, because my thing is, it's not the fact that he was 17 and the fact that he open carried the rifle, that's the crime. That is the crime. That's what you should prosecute him for. If you want to put him on probation, make him serve 60 days, whatever the case, whatever that law penalty carries, then that's exactly what you should put out there, because that's what you should charge him with. Because the whole idea and the concept of saying he shouldn't have been out there, that applies to too many other people. Pretty much everyone. None of them should have been out there. By law, none of them should have been out there. By law, none of them should have been out there. Would I let my 17-year-old son go out there? Hell no. Just because I would not want to put my 17-year-old in a situation to where he's trying to do something good and somebody else did something to him. Because in case people didn't realize this, there were other people shooting. Not necessarily at Kyle, but Kyle could have got shot by somebody else, inadvertently or on purpose. Kyle could have gotten that gun taken away from him. Kyle could have gotten knocked unconscious by Skeeter Mills' cousin. It could have happened. There's too much shoulda, woulda, coulda. Now, here's my thing. Me being a grown-ass man, if I wanted to go out and protect my hood, my community, would I have done it? Abso-fucking-lutely. but I'm still taking the same risk as Kyle. However, I'm more tactically trained, and I'm an adult who can make that decision, and I'm gonna have all the proper tools with me. Because I would have been out there with all of the shit I needed in order to be out there. And it wouldn't have gotten to a point to where they would have saw me in Kyle's situation running with some motherfuckers chasing me. I would have probably either been walking towards them, dropping those motherfuckers like dominoes, or I would have been on one knee, dropping them motherfuckers like dominoes. Because y'all ain't gonna run me the fuck off. I don't give a fuck if I'm by myself or if I'm with 32 of my other fucking friends. I'm gonna stand where the fuck I want to stand. I'm gonna be where the fuck I want to be. And yes, I'm in front of a building that I've been going to for 30 years, or I'm just in front of a building because I don't want niggas tearing shit up. That's my right. Just like it's y'all right to protest and to be out in the streets, it ain't your right to fuck people's shit up. Plain and simple. Plain and simple. So all of this, just like Nancy said, he was out breaking the law in several ways. We're showing all them other motherfuckers. They was all breaking the law in several ways. What? Is it a one law broke per person rule? Nope. We got to stop trying to just focus on one thing and making that one thing. See, this person, he would have never been out there. Them people would have never died. Well, what if he could have been out there? The same shit could have happened. Them motherfuckers didn't know Kyle was under 17. They saw a nigga with a rifle. They saw a nigga with a rifle and they got mad and said, we gonna stop this motherfucker. And they got stopped. Plain and simple. The fact that he was 17 has really no bearing on this shit at all. That he shouldn't have never been out there. None of them should have been out there. So now what's your point? They should have never tried to chase him down. They should have never tried to take his gun. They should have never said, shoot me, nigga, shoot me, nigga, shoot me, nigga. They should have never tried to Skeeter Mills him. Do you see how far we can go down this stupid rabbit hole? That's why I'm not doing it. I'm telling you, the straight up, concrete, factual evidence is don't fucking try to arrest somebody with a fucking rifle in their hand. It's stupid. Don't try to chase a guy who's running away from you with a fucking rifle in his hand. It's stupid. And if you don't believe me, ask them 3 felonious assholes who are dead and shot. That's my point. Nancy says, oh, Nancy, you done been, I just remembered that you be trolling. Jesus Christ, you were the one last time that was talking shit. Look, Nancy, click the link or get the fuck out. Now, you've been warned. Here's the thing. If he had his gun and he's running away, yeah, I forgot, Amanda, that Nancy's a troll. I just remember because I was like, why is she saying all this stupid shit? She done been here before or must have been here before. And there it is. Yeah. She has such a common name, Nancy Miller, to where you think that Nancy Miller is pretty much, you know, a decent, everyday, average American. But no, Nancy's a troll. She's living under a bridge somewhere on her dial-up internet, and she's typing in these messages one by one. She has her dirty, nasty, filthy, fungus-infected troll fingernails as she's clicking on some old beige keyboard with a CRT monitor under a fucking bridge, and she's typing all of these troll phrases. That's what she's doing. And there are rats and roaches all crawling around her under this troll bridge where she's at, and she's typing, and her stank troll breath and her rotten troll teeth are showing right now at this moment as she's under that bridge saying, I'm gonna troll you, relationship rehab. Yes, we need Skeeter Mills to go under Bridge 214 and knock this bitch unconscious. Nancy could be a guy. You're right. Either way, she's a troll. She could be a bi troll. She could be a male troll identifying as a female troll. Yes, she could be. But either way, she's still trolling me for what reason, I have no idea. Hey, troll, will you click the link? No, I don't click links and have discussions. I just send troll statements. That's all. I make things up and I type things out. That's it. Right, she's non-binary. Nancy the non-binary troll. Hey, shit. I don't know why people choose to troll such a small YouTuber. I don't understand it. What is it about me that makes these people that are drawn to me like a moth to a flame to come and bother me? I don't know. Why would you want to do that? Oh, man. She said somebody has to get in a little sane talk in here. Why you so sad you can't handle a different opinion? And we wonder why our kids act the way they do. Grow up. They act the way they do because they've been taught by trolls like you. Nancy doesn't have conversations. She just types and chats all over the internet. Hey, Nancy the troll, would you like to have a conversation? No, I won't. I'm gonna troll you from my keyboard. Trolls don't have mics and trolls don't have cams. We just have keyboards. Alrighty, that has been enough fun for this evening. Yes, and in the words of a Mr. Ace Ventura,
Yes! Yes! Oh, yeah! Can you feel that, buddy? Huh? 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 I have exorcised the demons. This house is clear. Losers? Get him out of here!
Losers! Yes, indeed. So, with that being said, it's been a long show. I kind of anticipated this would be a long show. I was going to let it just go and go where it needed to go, talk about what we need to talk about. So, I think that we have gotten all of this out. Shout out to Juan who hit your boy with $10 as well. Thank you for the donation, sir. I surely appreciate it. I think we got all of this hashed out as far as just the inner workings of the events that led up to this shooting, during the shooting, and after. But I definitely think that this kid, regardless of the mistakes that he made when it came down to the actual confrontation, I definitely think this kid was defending himself. And that would definitely be well within his legal right to do so. The fact that these guys did what they did for whatever reason, I don't think that they made smart decisions. I don't think that they were within any type of logical mentality to think you're going to disarm a person with a fucking rifle. It's stupid. It's not being a hero. It's not saying, yeah, we're obligated to do so. That's stupid shit. That's exactly what the police are for. And the only thing that you can do in situations like this is be a good witness. Let him have his day in court. Let the police do their job. Let the prosecuting attorney do their job. Don't think that it's up to you to balance the scales of justice against the guy who you believe or potentially believe is a rifle carrying murderer. Just saying. Just saying. Kyle's life will never be the same. Kyle will never be or never have a normal life regardless of the outcome of this trial. I think he will. He's young. I think that in all actuality, I'm going to tell you, after this trial, especially if he's not convicted, I think Kyle is going to have a lot of notoriety and a lot of celebrity. I really do. Especially in the gun community, especially in the conservative Republican community. I believe Kyle is going to not necessarily be a hero, but I think he definitely going to get a lot of celebrity. I think Kyle is going to be going on tour. When Kyle get about 25, this will be one of the stories that he tells about and talks to people about. He might go into a gun thing. He start up a gun channel, whatever he going to do. If he do something like that and he stays in that arena, Kyle going to be successful. If motherfuckers was paying money to take pictures with George Zimmerman and people paid thousands of dollars to buy his gun, I definitely think that this guy is going to have some notoriety and some celebrity after this has died down and he's like an adult. I definitely will. So, in that regard, I would just want to say thank you to everybody that tuned in. I'm so glad I was able to do this show. I really am. I look forward to it, and I'm glad that I was able to get it done. I appreciate everybody that took the time out to come into the show and to spend time on the show with me, giving me your thoughts and opinions. And to the trolls, I wish that y'all would just stop doing dumb shit and either have a conversation or just shut the fuck up. That's what I think. That's what I wish. I don't understand why they feel the need to do what it is they do, but it's stupid. And I try my best to, even people that I don't agree with, who are even like North Carolina. He's a troll, but he's at least on the upper echelon of trolling. He'll at least have a conversation and won't acknowledge points and won't acknowledge facts and will actually make shit up. But the fact of the matter is, he actually has the balls to come and just at least click the link to have a conversation. And at that point, like I said, especially now with being on the timer, the putting people on the nigga clock, I don't have a problem with it, because I think that what it does is it lets you see the other side, the other aspect of it, so you can really see just what people's mindsets are and how they think about things, because that gives you insight as to what you're dealing with. It wasn't a partial compliment. It was just facts. I wasn't trying to make you feel good. I'm trying to help somebody by using you. But that's my thing. So when you're talking about just having the conversation, you know, you got your conservatives, your Republicans, your liberals, your Democrats, you get all of that, the people in the middle and all of that shit. But at the end of the day, I want people to, number one, think for themselves, and I want people to actually know what you're dealing with. Because when you just get into the going back and forth and the arguing, that's only a small aspect of it, and you can't get any resolution. But once you can actually understand what you're dealing with and you know it, now you can actually know how to deal with it. And it's just like how things have evolved for me. You know, I don't have many call-in shows for a reason, because I don't want it to take me away from my point. I don't want it to take it away from, because I'm in the moment right now, but I'm thinking about a year, 2, 10, 15, 20 years from now. I want people to be able to watch this and get the point. And if they choose to watch this show, then hey, we can do it. You can watch it and just see the back and forth. That's great. But I do want people to get the point and think for themselves, then say, hey, I'm going to watch this show where he was actually debating other people and talking about this with other people. That's why I do it this way. That's just why I do it this way. It's best for me, because I'm not very I'm not as quick as like Tommy. Like, see, one of the things about Tommy, shout out to my brother, one of the good things about him, he can do this shit in the moment. He's so quick with that shit. His mind and the way that it works, he's like in the moment. That motherfucker could really talk to about 3 different people at the same time and hear that shit and break all that shit back down and give it back to him. Real talk. He's just that talented. But I'm not. So I'm staying in my lane. And yes, I can have a debate with you. And yes, I can talk. That's why I don't let a lot of shit go. I try to say, hey, let's slow walk this thing, because if you're right, I want to get the understanding. And that's why I don't let people get too far into it and go too far down the line. I'll stop and say, hold on, wait. Let me confirm and make sure I know what you're saying, just so I can get an understanding. Then I can challenge it after I get the understanding. That's just what it is. So it's like when you're talking about is that what they call it? Audiographic memory. He's good at that shit, man. He's really good at it. So it's like you can just think, when you're having a conversation and you do what you need to do. Because I can't do it as well as him, but I can still do it at my pace. And that's why I do what I do it and the way that I do it. Because it's like you can have that conversation and have your points and get those points across. But if you're not getting understanding along the way, that's a problem. That's why I don't like letting people just run off and go off on tangents and tirades. And just like when those guys were talking back and forth with Kwame Brown, however the fuck you pronounce his name, Kwame Brown. The fact that they were actually letting him go off into different areas, they should have stopped him. Hold on, bro. I'm not gonna let you just run off on a 3-minute ramble, because we won't get the initial point that you were trying to make, because he likes to start off here and throw in a bunch of extra shit. So by the time he gets to the end of it, he's on a different aspect and not actually stating the case. And that dude was letting him do that. And that's why the conversation that they were having, it took them 5 hours, but they really couldn't get definite answers and make actual points, because they let it just go and let it go. That's not a conversation. That's just not a conversation. Even though they weren't catching, like, the words he was using were definitely not appropriate for the context in which he was using it in. Like lame bashing, like that shit. I'd have been like, what is that word? I didn't know what that word was. Can you explain that? Or do we need to stop and look it up? They didn't even have the wherewithal to do that. The fact that people let people talk and use words that you don't understand. I don't know every word. So if I hear a word that I ain't never heard before, I'm going to look it up. I'm going to stop and ask for a definition. Filibustering. Filibustering is a political term that's used in a political setting. That ain't just, you don't go to somebody's house and just filibuster. No, I'm doing this to block a bill. It's like, I'm not doing that just to be talking. That's what you call rambling. That's what you call a diatribe. That's what you call conversation manipulation tactics. Not white boy tactics, but conversation manipulating tactics, which a lot of people try to do. And that's how you stop people. You stop people and they try to do man, why you cutting me off? Don't cut me off. And you say, no, I'm not cutting. I'm cutting you off because I need clarification in what you're saying. You can't make 6 points and I don't understand the first 2. It don't work that way. If we're having a conversation and I don't understand a point, it's not that I stop to make a point. I stop to ask for clarification. And that whole, let me finish. Well, can you, before you finish, can you address the question that I'm asking about the point? What is lane bashing? I don't know what that is. And then, just like when I was going back and forth with North Carolina, Fayetteville, whatever, the point I said about the Oompa Loompas, you saw how he tried to get out of that? Because I believe him and his 2.5 GPA, I believe that he understood where I was going and the point that I was making, and he didn't want to try to answer it because he knew that it would have been a cornering of what he was saying. I would have been able to, like I did, I destroyed what he was saying because he told me a bunch of shit that was not factual, that you literally just made up. And then you tried to get me to go along with it. And I did the same exact thing. And you saw how hard he had of a time even believing my Oompa Loompa story. That's what it is. So when you're talking about the art of conversation, when you're talking about being able to debate, all of those things, they're different tactics that people use, but you have to stop a person when they go outside those parameters. That's what you do. And that's just like with that conversation, and even going back with when dude was talking to when Kwame was talking to FYF, and it's like, or FYF or YFY, I forgot what his name was, but when he was talking to that guy, and he was telling him, yeah, I'm not disrespecting you. Yeah, I'm not. Nah, nigga, just because you ain't yelling and talking crazy, there's still a level of disrespect that you can have. I could be talking to you like this. You know what? You're a real punk ass bitch. I can't stand niggas like you. You a hoe ass motherfucker. If I saw you in person, I'd slap you like the bitch that you are. Thanks for letting me speak, brother. Disrespectful as fuck. Oh, FYF, thank you. Disrespectful to the motherfucker. I ain't yelling no. So, nigga, your word choice and the way that you use those words, that shit matters. It's like that's the interpretation, your voice inflection, the tone of your voice, that shit matters. That's why it's so important to have conversations. That's why I tell people to never debate over text, because you don't understand the voice inflection, you don't understand the level of their voice, and you don't understand the intention behind what they're saying, because they could be laughing while they're saying what it is that they're texting, but you won't hear the laugh, so therefore you won't get the jest in what they're texting. Right, Dwight? No disrespect, pussy. But what I'm saying to you, it's like, what? No, dude. You ain't gonna do that. You don't tell me how to come on your show. There's respect that is just respect. That's it. You don't tell me how to act, what I can and can't say. Nigga, I say whatever the fuck I want to say. Fuck around with you. This is America, Jack. In the words of Cleo McDowell. This is America, Jack. You don't get to say that shit. You don't get to tell me how I talk. And then you say things like, if you was a real man or see what men do, nigga, you ain't gonna tell me what the fuck a man do, because I'm a man and I'm telling you what the fuck I'm doing. Now, if you got a problem with that and you disagree with that, that's fine. But you don't determine my manhood and the status of me being a man or not being one. But when you have people that let people just go on and talk that shit, you let them get comfortable in it. You let them get comfortable in it. And you let them do that shit. And I'll be the first one to say, okay, I'm going to give you one. But you come back with that second one, now I know your intention. Oh, so you think you gonna nice nasty talk me, huh, nigga? That's what the women call it. They call it nice nasty. That's when they smile and be like, yeah, but you wouldn't know that if you didn't have a degree now, would you? Saying shit like that. It's like, nah, this ain't what that is. Talk that crazy shit you want to talk, but man, you better say it and you just better make those statements. When you start putting your feelings into it and you start being disrespectful, then hey, that's what it is. Right, left, third. No disrespect is usually followed by disrespect. That's just in conversation manipulation tactics. Usually, no disrespect is usually followed with disrespect. For those of you who don't know. So when I hear people say that, I say, oh, okay, here come the bullshit. Cool. Say what you're going to say. And I'm going to come right back with my response. That's exactly what that is. So it's like when people tell you shit like, all right, well, in all honesty, well, to be honest with what you say, all right, I'm telling the truth. I mean, truthfully, it's like you would already be like, well, if you saying that, then you weren't telling the truth before. When a motherfucker say, I'm going to be honest about what I'm feeling and what I'm saying, it's like, okay, then that means you tend to not be. Whether you can articulate it or not, that's what that means. So it is what it is, man. But that was just, I went off into a rant, into a tangent, but I just wanted to give y'all some ideas about that, because it's like you have to realize when you're talking to people or when people are talking to you, what they're saying with their words and the way that they put them, they could be saying something else. They really could. They could really be saying something else. Right. Big Militia said, militia or maculus. Maculus. I don't know how to pronounce that. But he said, like saying no homo. If you're comfortable enough in your own sexuality, you shouldn't have to follow that up. Especially with people that you know. Say, hey man, that guy there is handsome, man. No homo. I ain't say man, that's a handsome brother. I ain't say I want to fuck that dude. I ain't say that, that dude look good. I ain't say it like that. But just say, hey man, that's a handsome man. Denzel Washington is handsome. Idris Elba is handsome. Oh man, that's some gay shit. Nigga, the fucking world voted this nigga as the sexiest man alive. What the fuck? That's just gay niggas and women. Like, man, shut the fuck up. But it's just certain things like that that you got to look at and say, okay, well, even though a person said it, you can make jokes about it, but the initial intention of what they're saying and the context in which they said it, that shit matters. That shit matters. It's like, man. It's like, it even, and just think about it, there are even women that you see that you can say, oh, she's an attractive lady. May not be my kind of attractive, but I still can, thank you, Wolf Bear, I still can acknowledge her attractiveness. I say Beyonce is attractive. I'm not attracted to Beyonce. I'm not, she don't do it for me like that. But she is attractive. If I saw her in person, I'd be like, man, it's really good. I like your music. Your music is good. And you're a very beautiful woman. All right, fine. That don't mean I'm ready to run off with her ass and cash out on my marriage. She's just not. I'm sorry. That's just what it is. So it's like acknowledging what something is. That don't mean that it's for you. That's all. It's just not for me. So it's like, man, if I see Alicia Keys, I'm be like, girl, look, you need to leave that nigga Swiss Beats. Fuck that nigga. That nigga don't make hits like you. You the better. I got a lot more shit to say. But it is what it is. My wife already know if Alicia Keys say, look, just leave her and we'll figure everything out. She know, like, look, honey, I gotta go. Just like I know if Usher Raymond say, come on, let's go, I know my wife is going to leave me and I'm going to go ahead and just start my life over. I'm going to hit the reset button, boop, boop, like on the PlayStation. That's just what it is. So it's like acknowledging what something is and actually saying, no, that person does it for me or whatever the case may be. That's what it is. That's just what it is. But you still can acknowledge things without saying that you with it. That's all I'm saying. All right, y'all, that's it. I'm going to let y'all go because I'll be here another hour and a half just talking shit. I had fun. Thank you guys for calling in. Thank you to everybody that donated. Please click the like button. Click that subscribe button if this is your first time watching. And click that donate button on the replay if you're watching this. It's still able to be done. Yes, it is. But I want to thank everybody for taking the time to come out and check me out. Matter of fact, I can take this down and remove that. I wonder if the pin thing in the chat stays up there. I wonder if that does stay up there or not. Huh. I'm gonna try it and see on the replay if it'll show it. If it show like what the last thing that was pinned and that stay up there the whole time or what. So I'm gonna pin that up and see what happens. Yeah, see if that'll do it. That'll be something to check. But thank you guys so much. I had a good time. I had a good show. I really appreciate it. We spent some hours just talking and shooting the shit back and forth. And I think it was all for some good building. I love y'all. Y'all have a wonderful night. Peace. And I'm out.
What's going on, everybody out there in the internet world? It's me, Brian Redmond, also known as the Relationship Rehab. And I need you to do two things. What are those two things? Subscribing to both my channels. I need you to go to the Relationship Rehab, subscribe to that channel, and then I need you to go to United Guns of America and go to that channel. Now you may be asking, why would I do that, Brian?
Because it's two of the hottest channels on the internet. Come over there, give me your thoughts, give me your opinions, have conversations, because that's what it's all about. We talk about some of everything: politics, relationships, guns, law enforcement, community stuff. Anything that's happening, I'm willing to have a conversation about it. So come on over.
And yo,
you don't
shout
got
out to
nothing else
Juan
to
for hitting
lose,
me with
and
another
you ain't got nothing
donation.
else
I
to do.
appreciate it.
So come
Oh,
to
no,
my
I'm
channel,
just
subscribe ASAP, and join in
Thank
on
you
the
to everybody
fun.
else that
Twice
donated.
the
I appreciate
entertainment,
y'all.
2 channels, twice the fun. Come on and have a funky good time with your boy. Peace, and I'm out.